woraufhin dann der...
Yeah! Oh, what a day! What a day, chat! Hello, hello, hello. What are we gonna do? You know what's going on, right? You know what's happening. We're gonna start with some candy. We're gonna start with some candy because I think you all deserve a treat, don't you? I think you all deserve a bit of a treat. Wait! What a soggy dibble. The soggiest dibble I've ever seen. There he goes. Don't worry, there's more. Here he comes. How's he gonna get out of this one? It's Ezio Auditore. That's right, pal. That's right, pal. You just batter that bin. Oh, phenomenal. Oh, go on, son. Is it fucking... With the fucking... Oh, yes. Oh. Quality content, folks. Quality content. Oh, I've got batter all down me. Oh, I've got batter all down me. Oh. Oh, I've got liquid batter all down me. Oh. Oh, fucking amazing. That's good, that, innit? That's a good bit. That's a good little bit of... It's good, that, wasn't it? You love to see it. How are we doing, folks? What's going on? It's great to see all of you already. Who we got in the chat that I could say hello to? We've got EMS Reality, I don't know how to say that, but welcome in. Cynthia Citrus, Frog Boogers, that's a good Twitch name. Discrota, how's it going? Hell to Pay, there will be. Adam Warlock, hello, and Shafiq. We got, well, I've already said hi to Cynthia. We got Goblin Hugger, Pat Potato, Vordrella. We got Steely Hands. We got Siberian Blue. We got Mix Chloe B. Can we get a shout out for Chloe, please? And we've also got Zarf Quag Swag. Hello, how's it going? We got Survided. We've got Master of the Art. We've got, who else have I missed? We got Prime. How you doing, Prime? We got Johnny. Hello, everybody go follow Johnny. Huskadoo. Hello, Huskadoo. How are you doing? Where are these from? Says Survided. You can find that thread on Twitter. I'll drop a link to that in the chat. You can all go and have a little look at that, can't you? That's just there for you to go and have a nice little look at whenever you like, whenever you're feeling down. Bookmark it, you know? Just bookmark it. How are you all doing? What have you been doing? Yeah, Truss is gone, isn't she? We're going to be having a look at that in a minute. Liz Truss is gone. And, yeah, don't worry, Shafiq. I've got it. I've got it, love. Boom. That'll brighten anyone's day. It will. Prime, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Useless teammate, how are you doing? After a hard day of work, sitting with a beer, watching cops pratfall, and listening to Forces, what could be better? I agree. That sounds like a phenomenal evening. Finally, someone who'll explain the shit happening in the UK now. You think I can explain it? Well, that's high praise, but we'll see. No worries, Shafiq. Appreciate that, love. What have I been doing? I hear you ask. Well, yesterday I had a big rest because, oh my god, just absolutely, just really horrible migraines, and I don't know if it's connected to like my neck or if it's connected to like bad sleep or anything. I'm finding it hard to sleep because of my neck. Like, my neck's fine. Like, I went to the gym yesterday, was running on the treadmill and everything, you know, lifting weights. I even did back day just to make, like, you know, I did some light lifting first to warm up to make sure that I wouldn't, like, you know, hurt my my neck anymore, because your neck muscles are connected to your back muscles. And yeah, it was all fine. But then later on, you know, when I lie down, when I go to sleep, not on my back, on my front, because I sleep on my front. Because if I try and sleep on my back, I wake myself up with snoring. I'll be there and I'll literally just be like I just can't sleep when I'm on my back. So I'm sleeping on my front, and then I'm waking up the next day super stiff. Like, it's hard to like push people. It's hard to push out of bed, push myself out of bed and stuff to get up. So I don't know. But that's why I was off yesterday anyway. But had some really good stuff happen yesterday. I was speaking to someone from Just Stop Oil yesterday. So a little bit of a teaser there for an upcoming Red Planet guest. Very exciting. And he actually said to me, you know, I just find it really funny watching all this stuff now, because this is what happens before a revolution. And that's coming from someone pretty much on the front lines of activism at the minute. So, something for you all to get excited about. Mr. Dank, hello, how are you? The only Liz Truss, the only Prime Minister who didn't have an airing of Doctor Who during her term. Wait, is that right? Doctor Who hasn't been on... Is that right? Is it? I guess it's still going, isn't it? Yeah, I've not watched any of the... You know, I've not watched any of the new seasons. So anyway, but today was doing some stuff with the tenants union, so that was pretty good. We've had a win with a dispute for the tenants union. We've had a couple of wins, I think, but one that I'm not involved with directly, but there's one dispute that I've been leading on. That's we've basically won the dispute. This was a dispute with a lodger. Extremely British situation. I can tell you a little bit about this, but not too much. But just like this landlord was doing like a lodging thing, and wanted to like rent out a room for £600 a month. It's absurd. £600 a month for a room, you know? Not even in the city centre, just like... Not even in like a nice suburb or anything. Anyway, she was stipulating in the contract that the lodger would have to like look after a cat and stuff. And it's like, no, that's not what a lodger is. A lodger isn't like a maid, you know? It's not what happens. So anyway, this person was a migrant and stuff like that, and she felt that this landlady was being a bit sort of like nasty to her based on her, oh yeah, the cat thing is so British, just like one of the most British things I've ever heard of. And so she's, you know, stipulated this thing in the contract about about the cat. Pay me money to look after my cat. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So anyway, all this stuff, and she felt like she was getting talked down to the whole time she was there. She's a migrant. She's from North Africa, and she's basically just like she just had a really horrible time in the 10 days that she was at this place, and she ended up leaving early because she was like, can't do this. She went to stay with someone else, and so she basically, our demands were, give us the deposit back, right, and also give us the so what, you know, the tenant is happy to pay 10 days, right, of the time that she stayed there, 10 days rent, so give us a refund of rent as well. And she emailed us back today with a very petty email. She was very upset that we'd apparently misrepresented what happened when we have evidence for every single thing that happened. And no, this isn't the one from the Discord, Lyra. This is another one. We've not achieved a win with that yet. I think that's going to be a bit of a longer thing because this other guy's a really nasty bastard, so I can't really talk about that just yet. But anyway, so she was very petty about this stuff, and she came back to us saying, I don't like the fact that you're saying all this stuff that isn't true, but we've got evidence for all of it, so it is true. So that's that. But she actually said in the end of the contract she'd be happy to pay a bit less of what we were asking for because of costs and stuff like that, and the member was fine with that, so that's a win. So we're buzzing. So very, very excited about that. That's a win. And there's just a bunch of other stuff that's going on. You know, I was speaking to someone today who's associated with the union, who basically knows a bit about law and stuff like that in the UK and what have you. And unfortunately, the case is, at the moment, in Greater Manchester alone, so Greater Manchester is a big area, but it's not the whole of the UK at all. Like, it's a small part of the UK. But in Greater Manchester alone, there are 5,000 people at the minute who are under threat of a Section 21 eviction notice. A Section 21 eviction notice is a no-fault eviction, so that is something that is in the law, unfortunately, that means that landlords can just kick you out for whatever reason. No-fault eviction, that's what it means when the tenant is not at fault for anything. The landlord just wants to, you know, kick them out. And that's a lot of people. And if you're in the UK at the minute and you're renting, I cannot stress to you enough how important it is to know that if you are served, know your rights. If you are served a Section 21 eviction notice, you do not have to leave the property by the time that it says that you have to leave. You are the legal, lawful occupier of that space for as long as you're in that space. And if anybody tries to forcibly evict you, including the police, from that space, that's illegal. And all you need is someone, friends, if you've got friends or neighbours, filming someone to try and break in, and that's illegal. So if you go to court for whatever reason, that'll stand up in court, according to lawyers. That's not me giving you legal advice. That's just your knowing your rights, right? So I know Greater Manchester from the show, educating Greater Manchester. I mean, Greater Manchester is a huge place. It's massive. It's not as big as London, but it's, you know, I'd say it's about as big as 2 boroughs in London, maybe 3, probably. No, it must be bigger than that. Maybe 5 boroughs, I'd say. You could probably fit about 4 Manchesters in London, and maybe 2 Birminghams in London. You could probably fit like 3 Manchesters in Birmingham. Anyway, whatever. Doesn't matter how many little towns can fit in how many little cities or whatever. But I'm telling you that because I know a lot of yous are in the UK, and you don't know if that little bit of information about knowing your rights is going to help someone. Right? Sometimes it's just telling. Like, you don't need to be in a renters union, and you don't need to start a renters union to tell someone that information about knowing their rights. Do you know what I mean? So that's just, I think, very important to say. If you're in the rest of the world, I'm sorry I can't help you. I don't have any knowledge of tenants' rights in the rest of the world. Working on it. We're absolutely working on it. We're trying to get in touch with some people who are in Ireland. They're called CATU. They're a tenants union in Ireland, and they've got some really good actions that they've been doing and stuff. So that's great. I would say in the middle of nowhere, Scotland, but it's actually much further out. Right? Okay, yeah. Anyway, so that's that. That's kind of like, you know, the broader scheme of things on how the material conditions of late stage capitalism are affecting renters in the UK at the minute, basically. And yeah, I don't think there's anything else to tell you. Exciting guests coming up on Red Planet, and yeah, you know, we're gonna have a look at Liz Truss in a minute. Now, I have titled this stream "Collared Sub Completes the Ultimate Humiliation Kink," and that's only because I've been told. I've not seen this yet. Like I said, I've been out doing actions all day, right, and in meetings and stuff, so I've not actually seen this, but I've spoke to my partner and she said that she looks really happy, apparently. I don't know if anyone else who's seen her resignation speech can corroborate that. However, yeah, everyone's talking about the lettuce thing, like the lettuce, the lettuce thing. Like the Daily Star was literally like, you know, talking about how they had a lettuce and they were like, how long will this lettuce last versus the wet lettuce that is Liz Truss. She looks smug and she smiles. Oh my god, right, okay. Hey Sorka, how's it going? Oh, also Shafiq, I don't know if Shafiq's here. Chloe, if you're here, can I get a shout out for Lyra and friends? Sorry, forgot about that. Lyra's a good streamer. Go follow them. Yeah, they were live streaming a lettuce in a wig, which is quite funny. And it didn't spoil before she got out of thingy. So anyway, listen, just before we crack on,
your mother top.
Yes, you did just hear Geordie Pete's. Just before we start, we're gonna just start with a funny little bit of Twitter in it. Right? We're going to start with that. So let's have a look at what Geordie Pete's is saying in this clip.
I live inside this cube, suspended about 2 feet off the ground. There's no escaping it. I'm not in the room. I shifted to the Harry Potter dimension. I'm playing Quidditch with Michelangelo on the Starship Enterprise, and I'm whipping out my little balls to get sucked off by your mother. I've had sex with your mother 50 times. All of those 50 times your mother topped, and I was the bottom. You're sitting here doing nothing in pure stupidity, and while you're doing so, I'm going to go jerk off in the library. I live inside this cube.
Ah, it's a good one. Oh, it's a good one. Didn't expect that to be so good. That was pretty fucking good, chat. Just thought I'd kick off with that to begin with. You know, I got a real stream for you today. I got a real stream, you know? None of this like, oh my god, I'm so tired, I don't even know what I'm doing, etc, etc, etc. Of course you can have the link to that. 100%. Jordan Peterson, the man who's done more damage to Kermit's image than anything else. That's true. It fits so well because it is his normal speaking cadence, isn't it? It actually is. Collared Sub completes the ultimate humiliation kink. Let's take a look at this and let's see what we think, chat. You've heard that Liz Cuss. Why did I call her Liz Cuss? Where did that come from? You've heard the stories. You've heard the rumors. Is Liz Truss a collared sub? Is the necklace that she wears a day collar, you know, thing? It's a day collar. It's a day collar thing, right? So I think so. Okay. Hey B-Rat, how's it going? Thank you for the lurk. Listen, you've heard the rumors. Everybody's heard the rumors. Is it true though? Because the thing is, I just want to see. She's walking out already smiling. Now, apparently, this man here is her husband. Right? So, putting simple maths together, conservatives are less likely to have another partner in the background. And if anyone is dominating her, if anyone is doming her, it's going to be her husband, isn't it? It's more likely that that's the case. So her husband has joined her in her resignation speech, right? Let's have a look at how she delivers this resignation speech. She's got a smile on her face. What's that about?
She's coming out. Let's listen in.
And he's looking pretty happy with himself. Eyes wide truss.
Into office at a time of great economic and international instability. Families and businesses were worried about how to pay their bills.
I genuinely think, I'm absolutely convinced, chat. I'll tell you what my conspiracy theory is in a minute.
Putin's illegal war in Ukraine threatens the security of our whole continent. And our country has been held back for too long by low economic growth. I was elected by the Conservative Party with a mandate.
She's smiling. She's actually smiling. I genuinely did not think that she would be smiling this much. I genuinely...
change this. We delivered on energy bills and on cutting national insurance. And we set out a vision for a low-tax, high-growth economy that would take advantage of the freedoms of Brexit. I recognise, though, given the situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party. I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him that I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party.
When she said I'm resigning, she had a little fucking about it. Oh my god, just watch that again.
To notify him that I am resigning as leader of the Conservative
She's so excited. She's actually genuinely excited. It makes me sick.
This morning I met the chairman of the 1922 committee, Sir Graham Brady. We've agreed that there will be a leadership election to be completed within the next week. This will ensure that we remain on a path to deliver our fiscal plans and maintain our country's economic stability and national security.
How are you gonna have a fucking election in a week? I don't know. She absolutely has an abusive power kink and has actively gotten off on the economic crisis she caused at least once in a premiership. I disagree, but only slightly. Here's my conspiracy theory, chat. Here's what I think has happened, right? And I just want to preface this by saying this is a bit of a joke, right? And it's not funny what she's done to the country. She's absolutely fucked over a lot of people. But I just think that what has happened here is Liz Truss has completed the ultimate humiliation kink. We all think that she's a collared sub, right? Submissives tend to be into things like degradation, humiliation, stuff like that. And she's not looking like she's that disappointed with what's happened. And she is quite possibly the worst prime minister that we've ever had. So if you've got a humiliation kink, right? Imagine how much you would love to be in the public eye all the time, doing all the things that she's done, right? I just think it's likely. I just think it's actually likely. But anyway, conspiracy theories aside, wow, what a clusterfuck. Like, yesterday we had Suella Braverman, right? We had Suella Braverman resign, replaced by Grant Shapps, right? Grant Shapps, if you don't know, the head of rail networks in the UK, and that's who the RMT has been trying to, talk to to have talks with in order to like bargain for a better union contract and bargain for a better wage for a lot of rail workers all over the UK, right? Being a Tory is humiliating enough. True. Lots of Tories don't see it like that, though, do they? So Grant Shapps has been replaced. He's replaced Suella Braverman, and I think that's probably. I mean, I imagine what's going to happen there is he's going to focus on shutting down strike action. I think that's actually what Grant Shapps has been put there for. But I just don't think that the Tories are fully prepared for how the country is going to respond to that. Genuinely. Boris backed her, so it's just a continuation of his power. I don't quite know what you mean by that. From a king perspective, it doesn't seem to be too ideal because there's no safe word or anything to retreat from the scenario if it gets too much. You'd be surprised how far some people are willing to go. To be honest, you would be shocked how far some people are willing to go. Anyway, that aside, again, that's a joke. It's a conspiracy theory. I don't think it's... Well, who knows? It might be. Anyway, I was wondering who holds a leash. What, Boris Johnson? I mean, it was probably, I don't know. Maybe it is, but it could honestly be. It could honestly be some kind of. Yeah, she could. Yeah, she. Listen, Tories. We watched FD's video the other day, innit, about how conservatives don't know how to fuck. If Tories are into kink, they're not gonna understand all the ins and outs of power dynamics and scenes and aftercare. I literally said that in FD's video. You know what I mean? Like they're just gonna come out of situations where they've donned the shit out of someone and not do any aftercare, especially if they're abusing someone like a marginalized sex worker or something, right? Making him sign NDAs and all that. Anyway, look, this is a whole other thing. But, so we've got Grant Shapps now. We don't know who's going to be the next Prime Minister. But I was, like I say, speaking to a guy from Just Stop Oil yesterday. And he was saying, like, this is just a clown show now to me. And I think that this is incredibly good and funny, because this is what happens before a revolution happens, and when we say revolution, bear in mind we're not talking violent murder and stuff like that. We're not talking like actual sedition. What we're talking about is people essentially realizing that the government is just people going into rooms and saying things, and they actually don't care about us. I was also speaking to someone earlier today, the same person who told me about the 5,000 people who were at threat of eviction in Greater Manchester. People think that the state can't do things. People think that the state is powerless to actually look after everybody, but it's not true. We've seen that, haven't we? We've seen during COVID in the UK, and this is Boris Johnson's government, right? By the way, and obviously this doesn't mean that Boris Johnson is good by any stretch of the imagination. This was kind of like a pressure from absolutely everybody inside Parliament, and a sort of stress that nobody knew what was going on. Every single person in the UK who was renting was protected from evictions for 14 months. Right? Every single person in the UK who could work from home was able to. That was just enforced. Everybody's wearing masks, protecting each other. Lots of people went for vaccines. Lots of people didn't. But lots of people went for vaccines and got vaccinated. The homeless were housed, literally housed. Right? So all these things are possible with a government. You can actually do that. Right? That's actually possible with the state. And now they're seeing this complete breakdown of any of that. Lots of conservative voters are like, well, Boris really handled COVID quite well. And you could argue that from that perspective, right? But then obviously everything else that happened, people don't want to see that. People don't want to think about disabled people. People don't want to think about... Obviously, there's disabled people. Yeah, they did it during COVID. It was good for the economy. The complete opposite of austerity. Right, exactly, yeah. But, like, you know, disabled people really suffered. It's important to remember that. And... Andy says, hi everyone, I've been lurking for a bit. Don't know the history of council housing, but I imagine someone else might do. Is it appropriate to ask if council housing could help things again? Council housing should absolutely be a thing. We shouldn't be forced into... Listen, social housing is the future. Like, we shouldn't be... Like, you know, social housing is basically like the start of what they've got in Cuba, where housing is a human right. That was what council houses were supposed to be. In the UK, that's what they were supposed to be, and that's why the Tories fucking gutted it, and Blair's neoliberal government as well didn't do much to help people get. I'm probably still on a housing list from when I, you know, applied to get a council house when I wanted to leave home, right? A lot of council housing was sold off for cheap, yeah, in the 90s, yeah, and I think that also Margaret Thatcher did a lot against you know, she was like, oh, you can buy your council house, but there were some problems with that, and I forget that exactly where it was. Let's not forget disabled people in the US, where COVID is still a huge problem. Yeah, absolutely. Look, you know, disabled... Listen, obviously, in context, I'm talking about the UK. Disabled people were still let down by COVID during COVID. That's kind of what I was talking about. So anyway, yeah, getting back onto track with that. You know, these are things that the state can do. These are things that are possible. However, when the government breaks down like this, and it's so obvious that, like, the systems that are there to protect us are actually doing more harm than good, then people are going to see harms in other areas of society, right? I can't tell you much about case, like, you know, not cases. We don't do casework. We help people solve disputes at the tenants union, and I can't tell you much details about, you know, certain disputes and certain tenants members' information, because I'm not at liberty to do that. It's not good to do that, right? However, what I can tell you is that we are getting middle class people coming to the tenants union, and I'm talking like people who have good cars, people who've got family, like kids, you know, who are renting astronomical rent, but they're renting and they're middle class. You know, we're talking like teachers, lawyers. You know, these class divides are going like this, and there's barely going to be any class divide soon, and it's going to very quickly turn into the employer class or the employee class. And that's how people are going to start to see class divides in the UK. And we absolutely need to use this moment to radicalize people in that way. Yep, it's closing. It's closing. Yeah, that's right, Prime. You know, and the revolution we're talking about here, in that people are going to start to understand that, actually, hang on, we can all just get together and look after each other. Educate people on why it's happening. You know, if you know people in your workplace, in your local pub, whatever you do, right? Whatever you do outside of Twitch, whatever you do outside of online shit, talk to people about it. Talk to people about the struggle. You know, something really easy that you can connect on people with is something like renting, because renting is so intense at the minute. You know, and we're very lucky with renting and the private renting sector, yeah, that reactionaries and fascists haven't sort of polluted and muddied the waters around discourse around that, right? Because with things like the NHS being overworked and all that kind of stuff, if you speak to someone who's got mildly reactionary views, they might go, oh, well, it's all the immigrants. And then you get into a discussion about that. Now, I'm not saying it's wrong to get into a discussion about that, but if you come in at someone who's leaning a little bit like centre right, you're going to find it a little harder to have that discussion, right? And it's not worth it, you know? But the renting sector, Well, you can't really say, oh, immigrants are coming here to pay £1,400 in rent to live in a bedroom in fucking Hackney. Do you know what I mean? Like, immigrants are coming here just so they can pay $2,000 to live in a bedsit in fucking Mosley. Like, what do you mean? Like, that would be nonsense. No one can fucking say that. You know. No one can say that. So, yeah. So opposed to comparing the way certain leftists behave to evangelicals, treating the revolution as some distant judgment day. Yes, that is an issue. That is actually an issue. Don't get me wrong, there are people who sit there and go, oh, well, you know, when the revolution comes, if that happens. Like, and these people do not understand that direct action and collective organising gets the goods, because it does. It literally does. You can see it everywhere. You can see it happening. There are countries where this is like, you know, their actual model of government. And that's because they organised in that way decades ago, right? But of course, certain leftists will say, oh, they're all just tankies, and oh, how can you say that they're socialist when the state exists? You know. Direct action is bad optics, actually. You know. Actually, it's the prescriptive rather than the descriptive, yeah. You know. When the revolution this, come the revolution that. Right, exactly. Because people have in their mind that the revolution is a bloody thing, don't they? And they don't actually understand what happened in the 1917 revolution in the Soviet Union. They don't understand how that happened. They were just like, oh, everyone got guns and killed the Tsar. It's like, well, yeah, that did happen eventually, but it didn't just happen like that. It doesn't happen overnight like that. Do you have any idea how much power the state has? Right? This isn't just like a, you know. So, you know. It's mostly annoying because your mum does know that happened historically. Listen, probably, right? What you've got to remember, yeah, with older leftists, and Mark Fisher talks about this in Capitalist Realism, right? And that is that when the Soviet Union collapsed, most older leftists, you know, just were like, oh, they just became completely doom-pilled. And if your mum is an older leftist, then it's understandable why she'd think like that. So, you know, give her a bit of grace and shit like that. You know what I mean? Imagine how broken we'd feel as leftists, yeah, if, like, Cuba just got fucking cooed tomorrow. You know what I mean? That would be so shit. I don't even want to think about it. You know? I don't even want to think about it. So, you know. Gartha the Stout, hello. It's amazing how what you're talking about is exactly the same thing that's happening here in Brazil. Yes, this will happen everywhere. This will happen fucking everywhere, and it will certainly happen in countries like Brazil and other countries in the imperial periphery before it happens here, and we've seen that already. We've seen that already in places like Sri Lanka, in places like Tunisia, you know, in places like Haiti and shit like that, you know? So yeah, to the bem, solidarity with all Brazilian comrades. Fingers crossed for Lula, you know? Capitalist realism that says we should stop imagining the end of capitalism. I'm pretty sure that's what it's about. Right, exactly, yeah, capitalist realism. Capitalist realism actually, like, does talk about how we need to think about the end of capitalism. 1000%. Yeah. So. Someone said to me the other day, I did that post about, you know, hit me up with some news that's been going on. Because I wanted to do a, I wanted to do a little thing about it. I wanted to do, I wanted to do a short about it. And someone said, let's have a look. Who said this? Ah, okay. Don't know if you cover global politics or if this is relevant, but Lula went on a podcast last night that apparently broke the record for a live stream with over 1 million people watching. Yeah, buzzing. If your mum is an old socialist, try to unblackpill her by telling her about cool shit happening occasionally. A bit of hope every week or so can revive some hope. You know, I'd probably say that's not going to be as effective for an older leftist, only because, I mean, it might be, I don't know. Because, generally speaking, older leftists, they've already seen loads of cool stuff happen, and they're like, whatever, do you know what I mean? Nothing changed. The Soviet Union collapsed. We're all fucked, right? So I would actually encourage her to get involved in organising if she's got the time. And in fact, you know, older women are absolutely amazing in tenants union. Our tenants union has got loads of older women. In fact, pensioners. And I do think that something like that would be really important. If she's got time. If she's not got time, she's not got time. But I think that that's one of the only things that you can really, truly kill the doom pill with. You know? I know older leftists that voted for Brexit just to see the shit that would happen after the fact. Yeah, but like, I kind of get that. Not from the accelerationist point of view that I think that you're referencing, but definitely from the, you know, the idea that it's like, well, look, we're in this like huge block of countries that are like, you know, we're getting dictated to tell us, you know, what certain laws we can have and shit like that, and it's actually stopping us from being able to like sign better things into legislation. And if we do sign better things into legislation, then they can impose sanctions on us and stuff like that. So I think that I understand it from an older leftist point of view, especially Jeremy Corbyn famously pro-Brexit, and that is unfortunately what lost the election for Corbyn. If Corbyn would have been pro-Brexit, he easily would have won. Easily. And who told him to not do that? Keir Starmer, the shadow Brexit secretary. So there you go. Anyway, where are we? Let's move on, folks. I have got for you next, it's a bit of Sam Seder, the only good debate bro. The literally only good debate bro. Do you mean anti-Brexit? No, Corbyn was literally pro-Brexit. No, he was pro-Brexit. Corbyn was pro-Brexit. Absolutely. Here's a little something that I saw from the Discord. And I don't know what she says, but we've got Cynthia in the chat, right? His Brexit position was defined by the British people's position on Brexit. It wasn't. He's been EU skeptical for decades. He has. Yeah, it's not. It wasn't dictated by the British people's will or anything like that. It was because he's been a skeptic for years. Anyway, check it out, right? Cynthia, you might be able to tell us what this person's saying. So let's find out, because I don't know. Let's just listen. I think what this says is chaotic scenes in Underhouse, which I think means the House of Commons. So I imagine in the Reichstag in Germany, you have the Unterhaus, which is like the House of Commons. Yeah, right, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Woraufhin dann der stellvertretende Fraktionschef das Parlament mit den Worten verließ, I'm fucking furious and I don't fucking care anymore. Ich übersetze das jetzt mal nicht, aber das ist eine Partei, wo wirklich...
What happened? Oh my god. That's fucking brilliant. I love that shit. Let's have it again. Let's have that again.
Woraufhin dann der stellvertretende Fraktionschef das Parlament mit den Worten verließ, I'm fucking furious and I don't fucking care anymore. Ich übersetze das jetzt mal nicht, aber das ist eine Partei, wo wirklich... Woraufhin dann der
Oh, is it called the Bundestag now? Yeah, I thought it's still... oh, no, it wouldn't be called the Reichstag, would it? Because that's fucking Hitler's name for it. Yeah, sorry. I don't know. But yeah. So. Let's move on. We've got a little bit of Sam Seder for you. We've got a little bit of Sam Seder for you. And I'll tell you why. Because he's talking about Just Stop Oil. He's the only good debate bro. Literally the only good one. I don't know any other person that does debates that doesn't utilize their audience to harass people that they disagree with. Hello, Thay. Can I get a shout out for Thay in Twilight, please? You got ticked off by your ex for calling it the Reichstag? Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, Sam was talking about the Just Stop Oil protests. I've been kind of knocking this idea around in my head a little bit to like maybe do a video on like quote unquote good debate bros. But I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if there should really be any content warnings for this because I don't think he talks about anything horrible. So, yeah. Let's listen to what Sam's got to say about... You didn't know there were any. I'd be interested. Well, look, there's only really Sam Seder. That's kind of the joke of the video. Right, that's what I thought, Cynthia. Yeah, the building is actually called the Reichstag. Yeah. Yeah. The building is actually still called the Reichstag. Yeah. Anyway, let's crack on. What's our boy Sam got to say?
Just a slight anecdote. This is not a parenting anecdote. I want to play this clip of those Just Stop Oil protesters who poured a can of soup onto the glass.
That's right, B-Rat.
A Van Gogh painting in London. Just a couple of words. There was we can't quite track down the audio of one of the protesters explaining why she did this. Play this clip, and then I'll reiterate what I heard on the radio. But this is from the moment that they were actually doing it.
And glued at that point, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
What is worth more? Art or love? Is it worth more than food? Worth more than justice? Are you more concerned about the protection of a painting? Fuel is unaffordable to millions cold, hungry.
For those of you hard of hearing, I'll tell you the gist of what this person's saying, what this kid's saying. By the way, these two people are in custody at the minute. These two people were arrested by quote-unquote specialists by the London Metropolitan Police. Kids. Specialists, right? They are basically saying, what is more important, art or life? Will you value this more than our future? Essentially, that's the gist of what these teenagers were saying.
They can't even afford to heat a tin of soup.
What I heard in explaining why they did this, I don't know which protest.
It's a painting in a glass case, yeah.
Audio, but she basically said, "Look, as much as I appreciate art and I understand why people were upset about it, the fact is that all of the great protest movements in the past have had similar reactions." And she said
That's right.
that she, as a gay woman who I believe maybe she had mentioned that she was married, or I can't remember exactly what rights, but she was conscious of that she had because of protesters who came before her. And she went on to talk about the UK subsidizing oil, much in the way that we do in this country, and some of the specific policies that were taking place in the UK. And I just happened to hear that on the radio this morning on the AP, which was, I listened to the radio in the morning to get a sense of that stuff. And I thought that was pretty good. I'm walking Saul to school. He is a 9-year-old kid. And we're on the way to school, and just out of the blue, he says, "You know that guy who cut his ear off, the painter?" And I'm like, "Van Gogh?" And he's like, "Yeah. Did you hear about the?"
That's right, Hell to Pay.
Soup onto a picture of his, and I'm like, "I did hear about that." And he goes, "I don't think that's right. I don't think you should do that to art." It was I was sort of shocked at it was like it's it is an important piece of art. And an important piece of art in history, and I'm like, what? And but we ended up talking about climate change, talking about the British policies in subsidizing oil and how we do that here. And at the end of that, I said, that art was not damaged at all, which he did not know. But I don't know how you can make an assessment that protest was not incredibly effective, because I can assure you that I have never had a conversation like that with my son that he instigated.
Damn.
And was willing to listen to for more than 30 seconds if I had instigated it. I mean,
damn, I can't believe Sam Seder debated his own son and absolutely battered him in the marketplace of ideas.
I hear stuff about the new Guardians of the Galaxy movie that's coming out, or you're not going to believe what happens in the new Spider-Man. 4 different Spider-Man show up.
Spoiler.
Yeah, sorry. But that is there. I mean, what name a more effective
Hey, Blumhouse,
that we have had in this country. Or, I mean...
oh, no, it's Sam Seder. What a nightmare. Sam Seder's kid, probably. That's right, Chloe, yeah.
I don't know, in this country, within, the past year or two. I can't come up with one.
You're supposed to get people talking. You're getting 9-year-old Saul talking about it, right? I mean, that's...
No violence.
No violence.
In the end, really, no damage. I mean,
hey, Amber
System
System.
Email saying that the security guards there, claim that there may be, the museum may have to spend $100,000 on new security to prevent that from happening. I don't know if that's the case or that's an exaggeration, but you know what? Take it from David Koch or whatever billionaire you're getting your money from the museum.
I know.
That $100,000 at the end of the day, if it takes $100,000 to have a kid 6,000 miles away at age 9,
I think you're right, Shafiq, yeah.
Bring it up to his parents, money well spent.
Yeah.
Money well spent.
These kinds of museums
Hey,
are
Mark.
not short on money or benefactors for people that
No, they're not.
Viewed and things like that.
Emma's absolutely right.
You know what you can do? Sell one of your paintings.
Yeah.
That's right. Based Sam Seder as per usual. He's pretty based, He's literally a pretty fucking based guy. So, yeah, buzzing. By the way, the oat milk thing from German media I posted in Discord the other day, right wingers shitting on oat milk. Suddenly every store I went to was out of oat milk, soy milk, and almond milk. Oat milk is fucking sick. I love oat milk. I have oat milk with everything. It's great. There's been awesome protests happening, but a lot of people just got arrested with no PR. So what do you mean no PR? No public relations? Sorry, I'm so bad with what do you call that? I don't even know what it's called. Abbreviations. I'm just so bad with that. Vanilla oat milk. You can't get any soy milk anywhere at the minute. Damn. Just Up Oil just did a pretty big blockade after this that really disrupted oil distribution. Did they? Wait, really? No way to get the word out. Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is why, I've wanted to. Yesterday, what I was going to do, and we're probably just going to do this in the stream today, after I've dealt with all the news and shit like that. This is why I wanted to talk about the Prisoner Solidarity Network so much, because that's what they were talking about. That's what John was talking about on, on Sunday. And I spoke to someone from Just Stop Oil yesterday, and I told him about the Prisoner Solidarity Network, and he said, "Oh yeah, that's right. We're gonna have to get in touch with them, because 2 of our guys have been in prison since August, and they're gonna be released in November, but that's gonna just keep happening, So that's that." Van Gogh gave up his house he got as a minister to an elderly woman, and he was fired from his job as a minister. Oh shit, that rocks. Right, Hell to Pay. Give us a link. Show us the link, my friend. Got a friend who said he'd heard those activists were false flag paid by oil. Right, listen, someone said this in the chat on Red Planet on Sunday. They were, who's this, heiress of an oil baron? Or whatever the fuck. Who is that they were talking about? There's this heiress. Anyway, they were like, oh, well, they're funded by a charity that was co-founded by an oil heiress. Oh, right. So if your dad is an oil baron and you inherit his money, I guess what you do is you just don't do anything to right the wrongs of what your dad did. And in fact, you just become an oil baron instead. What does that even mean? I had this same issue when people were talking about, is it Cara Delevingne, the model, who had the thing, Tax the Rich or something? She went to, she went to a fashion show, and she had a Tax the Rich thing. And people were saying, didn't you know her granddad created the black and tans? And it's like, right, okay, yeah, he probably did. And he did, actually. But did she do that? How many Irish people has she killed? How many Irish people has she shot? Oh, is it 0? Okay. Well, that's that then, isn't it? You fucking idiots. It's just like, what are you... I think there was a point at some stage in I don't know, online political discourse where people were like, oh, you can't do anything if you're remotely associated with anyone who's done something bad. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you're just not allowed. And that's absolutely fucking poisoned the internet for everybody. Yeah, not every class traitor is a cop where they betray the working class. Sometimes class traitors come from the bourgeoisie. Absolutely. If you went through all of the organizations that are doing amazing things, right, all over the world... Yeah, and we looked at who funded them and all this different stuff from them and shit like that, right? If all of those people had to stop what they were doing because they were funded by people with bad ideas and shit like that, or they did bad shit or whatever, there'd be nothing. There'd be fucking nothing. The audio's slightly clipping. Oh, what's that about? I am really loud today, aren't I? Why is it that loud? Sorry, I've turned it. It's never usually that loud. Boom. That's better, isn't it? Right, the entire VOD's fucked for everybody. Sorry, VOD watchers. Absolutely fucked. Yeah. People in the stream are fine because they can change the volume now. Well, I guess you could change the volume on YouTube, but I'm just gonna be uploading this as it is. I never edit any of the VODs. I just upload them as they. No, the gates weren't too wide open. For some reason, the fucking volume fader on my mixer was all the way up, and I don't know why. Suddenly quiet. Yes, we've just been talking about how I'm very loud today, so you'll have to turn me up. That's why are people in the chat surprised now? Oh god. Anyway, What did I miss in the chat? What did I miss? The grey zone level of critical thinking, by which I mean conspiracy theories. It's just so... It's so annoying. You know? And like to imply that it's an op to make leftists and leftist movements look bad is so online. It's like extremely fucking online. Chloe says this has been a thing for a long time too. Black Panthers back in the day got a lot of funding from Hollywood stars whose parents were absolute trash. There you go. Oh, what's it like? Everything the Black Panthers did completely void now because, you know, the people who funded them had like bad dads, right? It's just absurd. Thank you for letting me know, by the way, Prime. Kropotkin was a literal prince, right? Kind of cool the left and the right both have false flag conspiracies now. Well, I know you're being sarcastic, yeah. It's ridiculous. Stop taking your weekly stimulus checks from the CIS because the CIS or whatever, yeah, because they're problematic. That's right. Yeah. How long has the stream been going for? I've been streaming for 1 hour and 10 minutes so far. Well, 1 hour and 9 minutes. Cynthia's, yeah. The grey zone is Alex Jones for leftists. That's what Sophie talks about in her video on conspiracy on the left, yeah. There are definitely people that like to say the Black Panthers are bad leftists. Yes, there are. There are people that say that. Mm-hmm. Halithic Lyra. I've seen a video of someone that said that no climate activist would use hair dyes because of their ecological impact. And like, have you seen an activist ever? These people have never been outside. These people have never, ever, ever touched grass. And that's unfortunate. Because that is actually just like an element of alienation, isn't it? It's actually capitalist alienation that makes us all stay in these little boxes. You know. If we're, you know, not unless we're literally unable to go outside. 'Cause I know that's the case for some people. And that alienation causes all this absurd conspiratorial thinking. The grey zone are leftists. No, it's just that some leftists take stuff from the grey zone. Leftists. Real activists don't have blue hair and pronouns. Right, exactly. No true leftist would ever touch grass that could potentially destroy the ecosystem. Right. Yeah. My optics. Leftists who think the revolution will just happen automatically one day. Right. Right. It's one of the most like annoying things that you hear from just grifters, right? And they're like, look, guys, look, right? You know, the revolution's not happening anytime soon, so for the time being, you better vote blue no matter who, give more money to the Democrats, and eventually, you know, maybe some people who are more base than us will do the revolution. And to be honest, that's true. But it's just not a good line, really, is it? It's just not a good line of thinking, you know? I fucking hate optics. Yeah, me too. Fuck optics. The revolution happens spontaneously when the whole working class is converted to one true ideology. That's right. Yeah. Anyway, listen, we've spent too much time on this. We've got a lot of stuff to cover today. I wanted to cover this. This is something that came out last week, 6 days ago. And I don't know what's actually going to happen about this, but I think it's important for us to take a look at it. And I'm not going to watch the entirety of this video because this is a Democracy Now! Segment. So we're going to spend a bit of time on this. Oh, I've just realised we're not in the politics. Category. That's why chat's been so good. Fuck. Chat, you know, it's time. It's fucking time. We're fucked. Yeah, we're low on weirdos. Literally 0 weirdos so far today. Brace for impact. Yes. Brace for impact. Right, okay, so, yeah, Trump got subpoenaed, basically. This is about the January 6th stuff. And I don't think anything's going to happen because of it. Like I said, it's more likely that nothing is going to come of this or whatever. But it's interesting all the same, isn't it? Because I don't know if there's ever been a US president that has been subpoenaed by, you know, a special House committee or anything like that. I don't know. So Trump can wait out the subpoena, is that right? Yeah. I resent the implication that I'm not a weirdo. You know what I mean? Bad weirdos, not good weirdos like us, right? So just a little bit of content warning for fascism. I think it'll just be fascism, really. Generic fascism. You know, if you're not up for hearing about a bit of that, might be good for you to check out of the stream. So, oh, Clinton got subpoenaed and he complied. Is that right? Okay. Well, anyway, let's take a little look at this. I'm going to listen to this on 1.5 speed, 1.25 speed, because I want to get through a little bit of it. It does apply to a lot of reality. Yeah, it does. Yeah. It does apply to a lot of reality. But you're right. What's this about a subpoena?
We spend the hour airing excerpts of the hearing. We begin with Democratic Congressmember Zoe Lofgren of California, who detailed how Trump had developed a plan to declare victory in the 2020 election, regardless of the
Can you all hear it? Is the audio more balanced now?
A few days before the election, Mr. Trump also consulted with one of his outside advisors, inside activist Tom Fitton, about the strategy for election night. The Select Committee got this pre-prepared statement from the National Archives.
Thanks, gang.
As you can see, the draft statement, which was sent on October 31st, declares, "We had an election today, and I won." And the Fitton memo specifically indicates a plan that only the votes counted by the election day deadline, and there is no election day deadline, would matter. Everyone knew
that's
that
a pretty good theory, Discrotter.
would continue past election day. Claiming that the counting on election night must stop before millions of votes were counted was, as we now know, a key part of President Trump's premeditated plan. On election day, just after 5 p.m., Mr. Fitton indicated he'd spoken with the president about the statement. Sending along again, just talked to him about the draft below.
Hey, Maura, what's going on?
This plan to declare victory was in place before any of the results had been determined. In the course of our investigation, we also interviewed Brad Parscale, President Trump's former campaign manager. He told us he understood that President Trump planned as early as July that he would say he won the election even if he lost. And just a few days before the election, Steve Bannon, a former Trump chief White House strategist and outside advisor to President Trump, spoke to a group of his associates from China and said this.
And what Trump's going to do is just declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory. But that doesn't mean he's the winner. He's just going to say he's the winner. The Democrats, more of our people vote early that count. Theirs voted mail. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage, and Trump's going to take advantage of that. That's our strategy. He's going to declare himself a winner. So when you wake up Wednesday morning, it's going to be a firestorm. Also, if Trump is losing by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, it's going to be even crazier. No, because he's going to sit right there and say they stole it. I'm directing the Attorney General to shut down all ballot places in all 50 states. It's going to be, no. He's not going out easy. If Biden's winning, Trump is going to do some crazy.
As you know, Mr. Bannon refused to testify in our investigation. He's been convicted of criminal contempt of Congress, and he's awaiting sentencing. But the evidence indicates that Mr. Bannon had advanced knowledge of Mr. Trump's intent to declare victory falsely on election night, but also that Mr. Bannon knew about Mr. Trump's planning for January 6th. Here's what Bannon said on January 5th.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's all converging, and now we're on, as they say, the point of attack.
No, that's not the pillow guy. The pillow guy is like, what's his name? Mike. I can't. Mike Ponderosa. No, that's the guy from Always Sunny. No, Steve Bannon is like Trump. He was Trump's chief advisor on his campaign. Yeah, he literally like Mike Lindell. Hey, Buddy Bebop, what's going on? Yeah, that's right. Bannon was his chief campaign advisor. He's done a bunch of fucking awful shit. Said that gamers were like ripe for radicalization. He's technically responsible for Gamergate, which led up to Trump. Set up a school in Italy to train fascists. I did not know. It's a little bit better. As I said, I have a musician's ear. Yeah, but I have a musician's ear as well, Cynthia. And if I watch the VOD back now and I hear what you're hearing, I'm going to lose my mind. If it's a little bit better, I imagine what the noise was my computer. So if I keep talking now, you might be able to hear that. But now if I remove it, it might be gone. Because I think what it was is that my computer was pressed up against the thingy. Yeah, my computer was pressed up against the desk. So that's what that was. So I've just moved that now. ATAR streams, what's going on? He was involved in Cambridge Analytica. Yeah, that's right, Maura. Yeah.
I'll tell you this. It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen. Okay, it's going to be quite extraordinarily different. And all I can say is strap in. You have
Tar, thanks so much for the year.
Game day, so strap in.
Thanks so much for the 17 months.
Another close associate of Donald Trump apparently knew of Mr. Trump's intentions as well. Now, Roger Stone is a political operative with a reputation for dirty tricks. In November 2019, he was convicted of lying to Congress and other crimes and sentenced to more.
Isn't this the guy that was like Nixon's advisor and he like wanted to... I think I've seen a video on this guy about how he like changed how political candidates campaigned. Like he changed everything. Yeah. Like he was the guy that was like telling Nixon to like go out and just like say certain things and shit like that. Hey Mouselander, what's going on? He wears the villain top hat. Wait, this guy? I don't know.
And 3 years in prison. He's also a longtime advisor to President Trump and was in communication with President Trump throughout 2020. Mr. Trump pardoned Roger Stone on December 23rd, 2020. Right before the election, here's Roger Stone talking about what President Trump would do after the election.
Let's just hope we're celebrating. I really do suspect it'll still be up in the air. When that happens, the key thing to do is to claim victory. Possession is 9/10 of the law. No, we won. You. Sorry, over. We won. Yeah. You're wrong. You.
ABC.
I said go and let's get right to the violence. That's what I'm.
Just a game to these people, yo. Just a game to these people.
The Select Committee called Mr. Stone as a witness, but he invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination.
Do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question on the basis of the Fifth Amendment.
And Mr. Stone, did you have any role in planning for the violence on January 6th?
Once again, I will assert my Fifth Amendment right to decline to answer your question.
Plead the fifth, plead the fifth, plead the fifth, you piece of shit.
All the relevant records of Roger Stone's communications. Even Stone's own social media posts acknowledge that he spoke with Donald Trump on December 27th as preparations for January 6th were underway. In this post, you can see how Roger Stone talked about his conversations.
Oh, is that
with
right,
Trump.
Mouselander?
He
Holy
wrote,
shit.
I also told the president exactly how he can appoint a special counsel with full subpoena power to ensure those who are attempting to steal the 2020 election through voter fraud are charged and convicted, and to ensure Donald Trump continues.
Trump famously said, if you plead the fifth, you're fucking guilty. Hypocrisy means nothing to these people, so...
As we know by now, the idea for a special counsel was not just an idle suggestion. It was something President Trump had actually tried to do earlier that month. We know that Roger Stone was at the Willard Hotel on January 5th and 6th, and we know from other witness testimony that President Trump asked...
It's so wild because, like, my coverage of this thing basically kicked off my political streaming career. It's so wild. And to be, like, here now, like a full... year and a half later, more than a half, and we're watching these proceedings and we know that nothing's gonna happen. Like, it was a huge thing. I had people coming into my stream who, like, you know, because before, a lot of you don't know this, but I used to actually be like half political, half like variety streamer. I would do politics on a Monday, art on a Tuesday, weird games on a Wednesday, and regular games on a Thursday. That used to be my schedule. And like people who would like come to the stream on Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and also other streamers who, you know, never really came to like raid me during a politics stream or anything like that. they all came to that stream and they were like, Muel, we need you to tell us what the fuck is going on. And I was like, I've got no idea. I've got no idea, lads. We're fucked. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, it's blowing my mind. You know what I mean? I'm just sat here like, you know, we genuinely thought like this is the end of the United States as we know it, or like the continuation of the worst parts, or like I guess the start of, like, you know, the Fourth Reich, but Trump is Hitler, basically. That's what we thought. By the way, Shafiq, can I get a shout out for I'm a Coconut, please? Andy's a great streamer. You should go and follow him. Right, it was like, yeah, it's like the eclipse. It was like the eclipse of America. If you've watched Berserk, it's like the eclipse, but America. And we were like, what the fuck? You know, just honestly, we thought people did die, but we thought more people were going to die than that, you know. Horrific. Anyway, let's crack on.
Asked his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, to speak with Roger Stone and General Michael Flynn that night. In addition to his connection to President Trump, Roger Stone maintained extensive direct connections to two groups responsible for violently attacking the Capitol, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. Individuals from both of these organizations have been charged with the crime of seditious conspiracy.
Yeah, that's
What
right.
is seditious conspiracy? It is a conspiracy to use violent force against the United States, to oppose the lawful authority of the United States. Multiple associates of Roger Stone from both the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys have been charged with this crime. Close associates of Roger Stone, including Joshua James, have pled guilty to this crime. We know that at least 7 Oath Keepers who have been criminally charged provided personal security for Roger Stone or were seen with him on January 6th or in the weeks leading up to January 6th. For example,
Hey, Blood Car Beefy, yeah,
Joshua James,
Trump was the
leader
prototype.
of the Alabama Oath Keepers, provided security for Roger Stone.
Oh yeah, they'll come
and
up with
was
someone
him
worse.
on
Listen,
January 5th.
you know, Ron DeSantis is on the way, innit? Do you know what I mean? Literally on the way.
This is the picture of the two together on January 5th.
Hey, Semiotic, how's
James
it going?
entered the Capitol on January
Fuck it, let's
6th.
do
He
this.
assaulted a police officer. Earlier this year, he pled guilty to seditious conspiracy and obstruction of Congress. Another example is the married couple, Kelly and Connie
Gandalf
Meggs.
mode.
Now, Kelly Meggs was the leader of the Florida chapter of the Oath Keepers. Both he and his wife provided security for Roger Stone, and both are charged with leading a military-style stack attack of Oath Keepers, attacking the Capitol on January 6th. Perhaps even more disturbing is Roger Stone's close association with Enrique Tarrio, the national chairman of the
How good would it be if people came into the
Roger
stream and were
Stone's
like,
connection-
yo, bro, your hair is so sick. Yo, check out this guy's hair and his beard.
with Enrique
Stone was the Oath Keepers on January 6th. I think that's what that footage was earlier, literally. That's what that footage was.
Tarrio and the Proud Boys is well documented by video evidence with phone records. The
Yes, it's
subcommittee
me,
has obtained.
girl.
Tarrio, along with other Proud Boys, has been charged with multiple crimes.
His luscious hair in
concerning the
it.
attack on January 6th, including seditious conspiracy. During the attack,
Yeah,
Tarrio
metal as
sent a
fuck,
message
right?
to other Proud Boys claiming, "We did that." He also visited the White House on December 12th. Later that day, he posted a disturbing video claiming credit for the attack. This video, posted on January 6th, was apparently created prior to the attack. This big lie, President Trump's effort to convince Americans that he had won the 2020 election, began before the election.
Of course you have white hair and
It
pronouns.
was intentional. It was premeditated. It was not based on election results or any evidence of actual fraud affecting the results or any actual problems.
I know, that video was pretty cringe.
It was a plan concocted in advance to convince his supporters that he won. And the people who seemingly knew about that plan in advance would ultimately play a significant role in the events of January 6th.
That was Democratic Congressmember Zoe Lofgren of California. Thursday's House January 6th hearing also featured more unseen video testimony introduced by Republican Congressmember Adam Kinzinger.
On December 11th, Trump's allies lost a lawsuit in the U.S. Supreme Court that he regarded as his last chance at success in the courts. A newly obtained Secret Service message from that day shows how angry President Trump was about the outcome. Quote, "Just FYI, POTUS is pissed. Breaking news, Supreme Court denied his lawsuit. He is livid now. Cassidy Hutchison, an aide to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, was present for that conversation and described it in this way.
This is the day that the Supreme Court had rejected that case. Mr. Meadows and I were in the White House residence at a Christmas reception. And as we were walking back from the Christmas reception that evening, the president was walking out of the Oval Office. We crossed paths in the Rose Garden colonnade. The president was fired up about the Supreme Court decision. And so I was standing next to Mr. Meadows, but I
Chat, what's 12% of 150?
stepped back, so I was probably 2-3 feet catty corner from him, diagonal from him. The president just raging about the decision and how it's wrong and why didn't we make more calls and just this typical.
18, thank you. Look at you, fast-brained chatters. What the fuck? How do people do numbers? Like, that's insane. Like, I can't. It's just magic to me. 12 plus 6. What does that mean? What do you mean 12 plus 6? Oh, so you've done 10% and then 2%. 12% of 100 is 12. Add on half of 12. You see, you've lost me already. You've already lost me. That's too confusing for me. That bit there, when you get, like, 12% of 100, easy, right? Yeah, I get that, because it's like a solid number. And then you're like, now, add on half of 12, carry the 1, save the 1 in your brain, forget it. Fucking forget it. Like, look at that. Cynthia, what Cynthia's saying in chat is gobbledygook to me. No way. 10% is 15, so 1% is 1.5. You could see, literally algebra. What the fuck? Thank you, chat, by the way. I was trying to figure out how much protein was in a Greg's chicken bake. Found out now, because I've eaten 2, that is... Don't help me. 36 grams. Thank you, yes.
Anger outburst at this decision, and the president said,
wait, 18? Oh, so, hang on. No, I was right. Wait, what? No, I was right. It's 36.
So he had said something to the effect of,
hey, Congress, the cornbread.
We lost more. This is embarrassing. Figure it out. We need to figure it out.
I was right. Yes, I was. Hello, Beanie Gaby. No, don't worry. No more maths. No more.
Video was aired showing Donald Trump repeatedly made false claims about voter fraud about the 2020 election that directly contradicted facts presented to him by his top officials, including Attorney General William Barr and Richard Donahue, the acting United States.
Right, if you see any more numbers in chat's going in emote-only mode. No more numbers in chat. Chloe gets a pass because Faye's talking about a calculator thing.
General. This is Democratic Congressmember Elaine Luria of Virginia.
Donald Trump was the driver behind each part of this plan. He was personally and directly involved. Of course, a key element of the plan.
Right, that's it.
Continuing to convince tens of
Lyra, it's Lyra's fault.
That he did not, in fact, lose. Again, he did this even though his own campaign advisors and his Justice Department officials told him his claims of fraud were wrong. In this video, you'll see that even when top law enforcement officials told the president his election fraud claims were false, he still repeated the claims in the days and weeks that followed. Sometimes, even the very next day.
Who am I kidding? Who am I fucking kidding? Chat loves emote-only mode, and that's even more distracting. That's actually even more distracting than chat doing numbers. So, right, okay, released from jail. Released from jail. Oh, Jen! Jen, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going, Jen? Welcome in. Everybody go follow Jen. Chloe, can I get a shout out for Jen? Also, I just want to point out that Lucia Everblack is also here. Go follow Lucia. She's great. Jen is COVID free. That's very poggers. That's very poggers, Jen. Jen's a great streamer. You'll really enjoy her. She's also a magician, which is a little bit sus because that's Satan's work, isn't it? Satan, the devil. So, you know. Anyway. You just did a test live on stream. Gross. That's the worst content I could possibly think of. But you should go and watch Jen because she doesn't normally do stuff like that. That sounds like a one-off moment. You know, if you were doing that all the time, I probably wouldn't shout you out anymore. Just saying. However, she streams a lot of good stuff that isn't putting a cotton wool bud up your nose and then, like, you know, and all that, and then like dripping it, mix it. You know what I mean? She doesn't do that all the time. So go and follow her. Phenomenal streamer. I don't even care if chat doesn't think I'm funny. I find me funny, right? Shut up. Just shut the fuck up. Welcome everybody coming in from Jen's stream. My name's djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer. My pronouns are he, him. We're looking at the January 6th Trump subpoenaed news. Donald Trump's been subpoenaed. Sometimes I make jokes just for me. Yeah, that's right. All the time. Sometimes means all the time. That's not my real hair, by the way. Everyone come in. You thought it was funny. Yes, that's right, Descrotter, because you're smart. That's correct. You know, the rest of the chat, just not sure. Anyway, well, I mean, they're watching me, so anyway, look. We're looking at the January 6th. If you don't want to look at boring guys in a room talking about how a horrible guy who, you know, nearly fucking caused a horrible thing to happen, well, did cause a horrible thing to happen, the stream might not be for you. So, see you in a bit if that's the case. If not, I hope you enjoy the stream. Did we get a shout out for Jen? Can we get another one just in case? I'm German. I don't get jokes. Yes, that's right. Let's get another one just in case. I don't care which mods do it. If every mod wants to do it, if every mod is actually lurking right now and they want to come out alert just to shout out Jen, then that would be great. Thank you, Chloe. Appreciate that. Superliminal. That's a really cool game as well. But in all seriousness, Jen, I'm glad that you're feeling better and you can get out of the house now, because I know that you were stressing out about that. Jen is actually a really lovely person, and I love our TikTok DMs. We literally just send the worst TikToks in the world to each other. That one that I showed you the other day of the white guy in the do-rag who was like, you know, speaking with a black accent and being like, I'm telling you, I'm not gonna do the voice because I'm, you know what I mean? I don't want to do that. I do really like old people. I think old people on TikTok is the funniest thing. I think it's really funny. I don't know. There's something like very comforting about it. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's crack on.
Among the most disturbing allegations, disturbing in the sense.
That was Jen, that guy, the white guy with the do-rag. Yeah, that was Jen that sent me that TikTok. So you can thank her for that cursed TikTok that we watched the other day.
That I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations. I told him that it was.
Yes, Jen also does a YouTube show. Yeah, next slide, please. Very fucking cool.
And it was doing a grave disservice to the
country. That guy, Lyra.
9 days after that meeting.
We have a company that's very suspect. Its name is Dominion. With a turn of a dial, or the...
God, he's like such a hot... Like, I hate Trump so much because he is like one of the most harmful people known to man. And just completely unhinged. But... You know, when he, like, speaks and stuff like that, and he, like, says unbelievably ridiculous things, and it's very, very funny. Like, I just can't help but laugh. It is funny. Like, just look how he's like saying it.
Very suspect. Its name is Dominion. With a turn of a dial or the change of a chip, you can press a button for Trump.
I think he's actually, like, railed a bunch of lines. I think he does. I think he does rail like lines before he does his speeches, doesn't he? He's always doing like that with his mouth. I don't know, folks. That's kind of how it is, you know? Shit like that.
Trump. And the vote goes to Biden. What kind of a system is this?
We definitely talked about Antrim County again.
That's what those TikToks are like, Beefy. Yes.
Done and all that.
That is
what I like. Back to that to say, you know, this is an example of what people are telling you.
Yeah, Andy, I couldn't put it in a better way. Trump feels like Trump cosplaying Trump. That's right. Yes.
Filed in some of these court filings that
he tries to do deadpan humor and fails. I think you might be right. Yeah.
This is the problem. The problem is people keep telling you these things and they turn out not to be true.
6 days after that meeting.
In addition, there is the highly troubling matter of Dominion voting systems. In one Michigan county alone, 6,000 votes were switched from Trump to Biden, and the same systems are used in the majority of states in our
What a
country.
Weasley little liar, dude.
I went into this and would, tell them how crazy some of these allegations were and how ridiculous some of them were. I'm talking about some
When you pick any, could pick any character to cosplay as and choose yourself and amp it up to 11.
Than there were absentee ballots.
What would like me cosplaying me be like? I don't even want to think about that. That would just be like, I feel like if you did that, I feel like if you actually did that, like, that's probably why Trump is the way that he is. Probably just like had an ego explosion, right? A lot of leather and beard, like, yeah, there'd be like twice as much leather and like an extra beard on top, like this. An extra beard on top of the beard that isn't even really like a proper. Oh, it's so itchy. Get it off. Oh, that's going to be in my fucking beard for days now. Oh, God.
Stuff like that was just easy to blow up. There was never an indication of interest in what the actual facts were.
One day after that meeting,
There were more votes than there were voters. Think of that. You had more votes than you had voters. That's an easy one to figure. And it's by the thousands.
Then he raised the big vote dump, as he called it, in Detroit.
I've got no sympathy for these like people who are like Republican, like they're part of the administration. They know who they were helping. Like they could have resigned at any time as soon as they knew that he was a piece of shit. I've got no sympathy for him. But you have to say, it's extremely funny when you get people like William Barr sat there going like, yeah, I did actually try telling him how insane this is. But he wouldn't listen.
And that, he said people saw boxes coming into the counting station at all hours of the morning. And I said, Mr. President, there are 630 precincts in Detroit, and unlike elsewhere in the state, they centralized the counting process, so they're not counted in each precinct. They're moved to counting stations, and so the normal process would involve boxes coming in at all different hours.
one day after that meeting,
This is Michigan. At 6:31 in the morning, a vote dump of 149,772 votes came in. Unexpected.
What was it with like the GOP administration during Trump's presidency that was just like, well, actually no, because I'm thinking of, who am I thinking of? It's Marjorie Taylor Greene when she had like the guy holding memes. But was that in Trump's? No, that wasn't in Trump's presidency, was it? That was during Biden's presidency. Just like they have a thing about like holding things now, don't they? Like they hold placards of like data. Just have a green screen. I can do that now. Like if I was gonna do like, look, if I wanted to do like a similar thing, I could do that right now. I'm just gonna find some like, random data. Let's have a look. What could it be? I don't know. Something random. Oh yeah, this'll do. Right, yeah. So something like this, right? I could just, bring that up and that's fine, right? Like you could just do that if you've got a green screen. And you can get the data as well. You can get it and you can like zoom in on it so that people can see what it's about. And then you can scroll down to the other bit of it. There's that as well. You could do all this if you've got a green screen. Look at that. Right, okay, I don't think anyone's getting it, right? But the joke is, right, this bit that I'm doing, right? This bit, I don't know if anyone's is anyone paying attention? Right, this bit, the funny bit is here. I'll explain it to you, right? Look, can you see look at the graph, right? It says interest over time, Reddit, and then the graph goes up. That's that, right? That's the first part of it. If you remember that, and then this bit, right, is the young men driving the decline in sex, and that the bit there at the graph that goes up at that bit, at the same time, is that bit, that's the, no, is that, because the thing, it, you know, to me, like, it's, you know, it, okay, well, we'll just carry on then.
With regard to Georgia, we looked at the tape, we interviewed the witnesses. There is no suitcase. The president kept fixating on this suitcase that supposedly had fraudulent ballots and that the suitcase was rolled out from under the table.
Hey, Middle-earth Marxist.
There is no suitcase. You can watch that video over and over. There is no suitcase. There is a wheeled bin where they carry the ballots, and that's just how they move ballots around that facility. There's nothing suspicious about
Right, exactly, Beefy, yeah.
10 days after
no reason to stay home and vote by mail with COVID.
Pull boxes, Democrats, and suitcases of ballots out from under a table. You all saw it on television. Totally fraudulent.
Hey, Libby Dunkington. Yes, that's right. That's right. Woo. Yes, it was a good joke. I deserve applause. Thank you.
It's happened over and over again, and our committee's report will document it. Purposeful lies made in public directly at odds with what Donald Trump knew from unassailable sources, the Justice Department's own investigations and his own campaign.
Yes, that's right. Claps.
Donald
Yes.
Trump
Well,
maliciously
look, it's a bit late now, isn't it? Because everyone watches. People watch. You know, people watch the VOD and they'll just be like, well, he's made them clap now because they feel embarrassed, so they have to. So no one will actually think I'm funny. Just a bit, you know, there's no point. Just forget it.
He did this
Let's move on.
nonsense to a wide audience over and over again. His intent.
Yes, you laughed. One person laughed. Yes. That's right.
To deceive. President
Forget it.
Trump's
Forget it.
plan
We're moving
also
on. We're just going to
involved
move
trying
on.
to coerce government officials to change the election outcome in the states he lost. He personally reached out to numerous state officials and pressured them to take unlawful steps to alter the election results in those states.
I'll get him. I will. I'll get him next
Directly by the
time. I
president
will. I
himself
will. Yeah.
made
I
it
will.
clear
Thank you.
what his intentions were to prevent the orderly transfer of power. We all recall, for example, President Trump's tape-recorded call with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. At the time this call occurred, President Trump had already been told repeatedly by the U.S. Justice Department, by his campaign, and by his advisors that his allegations of fraud in Georgia were false.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state. Look, we need only 11,000 votes. We have far more than that as it stands now. We'll have more and more. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000
That's
votes.
right,
Fellas,
Chloe.
I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
That was President Trump on a call with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. That call is now at the center of a criminal probe in Georgia. During Thursday's House January 6 hearing, Democratic Congressmember Adam Schiff revealed the Secret Service and other agencies had prior knowledge of potential violence on January 6th.
Days before January 6th, the president's senior advisors at the Department of Justice and FBI, for example, received an intelligence summary that included material indicating that certain people traveling to Washington were making plans to attack the Capitol. This summary noted online calls to occupy federal buildings, rhetoric about invading the Capitol building, and plans to arm themselves and to engage in political violence at the event. Other agencies were also hearing predictions suggesting possible violence at the Capitol. On a call with President Trump's White House National Security Staff in early January 2021, Deputy Secretary of Defense David Norquist had warned about the potential that the Capitol would be the target of the attack. Here's General Mark Milley, who was also present for this call, describing Deputy Secretary Norquist's warning.
So during these calls, I only remember in hindsight because he was almost like clairvoyant. Norquist says during one of these calls, the greatest threat is a direct assault on the Capitol. I'll never forget it.
It was almost like it was clairvoyant. I mean, you know, I don't know how sort of like, I don't know. That just seems a bit redundant, doesn't it? Because it's like, no, I wasn't predicting the future. He was part of this, right?
This email, for example, was an alert that the Secret Service received on December 24th with the heading, "Armed and Ready, Mr. President." According to the intelligence, multiple users online were targeting members of Congress, instructing others to march into the chambers on January 6th and make sure they know who to fear. In this report, received on December 26th, the Secret Service field office relayed a tip that had been received by the FBI. According to the source of the tip, the Proud Boys planned to march armed into D.C. They think that they will have a large enough group to march into D.C. armed, the source reported, and will outnumber the police so they can't be stopped. The source went on to say their plan is to literally kill people. Please take this tip seriously and investigate further. The source
Extremely
also made clear
fucked.
that the Proud Boys had detailed their plans on multiple websites, like the Donald.win.
This is on December 26th. Like, they had 2 weeks. 2 fucking weeks.
Let's pause here. The Secret Service had advance information more than 10 days beforehand regarding the Proud Boys' planning for January 6th.
Hey, Layla, what's going on?
We know now, of course, that the Proud Boys and others did lead the assault on our Capitol building. On December 31st, agents circulated intelligence reports that President Trump supporters have proposed a movement to occupy Capitol Hill. In particular, they flagged spikes in violent hashtags like "We Are the Storm," 1776 Rebel, and Occupy Capitals. On January 5th, a Secret Service open source unit flagged a social media account on the Donald.win that threatened to bring a sniper rifle to a rally on January 6th. The user also posted a picture of a handgun and rifle with the caption, "Sunday."
Like, you don't even need to be Secret Service. Like, all of us were seeing this on social media, like every single fucking one of us. It was terrifying when it happened, but in retrospect, their attempt was pathetic, just aimlessly walking around looking at stuff and taking photos. Like, at the end of the day, right, that is the extent of political knowledge that right-wingers have, right? And in that case, we are, like, lucky that it didn't go worse. It didn't become worse, right? Like, they didn't have any clue about what to do when they got in there. You know, like for right-wingers, yeah, a revolution is seizing a Capitol building, right? And that's why we are infinitely smarter than right-wingers, because for us, a revolution is seizing the means of production, i.e. joining a union, eventually becoming a workers' co-op, right? And sort of organizing amongst ourselves. It's like I don't know, I didn't think I'd get this far meme. Right. You know, like, a lot of people in the petty bourgeoisie, because what you have to remember about January 6th is that, yes, there were some reactionary people there who were dangerous, like the Proud Boys, and they have a little bit more of an idea of what to do than the majority of people who went there, is the petty bourgeoisie, right? Small business owners, medium-sized business owners, and but those people, their knowledge of politics only extends beyond, like, can I fire someone for being queer? No? Well, I'm going to go to the January 6th thing and I'm going to walk around inside the Capitol. They take all their knowledge from jingoistic Hollywood movies. They show the storming of the Capitol and skip to the victory celebration. Right, yeah. Also, hey, Gumba Master, how you doing? John Schaefer from iStuff, yeah. They couldn't even do the least to protect their identities and wear fucking masks. Like, you know, like, well, that's the thing, yeah, Discrota said that as well. She said, like, they didn't even wear masks. Like, that's the thing. They're just like, whatever. We just go there and we fuck around and that's it. You know. Anyway, madness.
Gun Day, providing Overwatch January 6th, will be wild. Later, on the evening of January 5th, the Secret Service learned during an FBI briefing that right-wing groups were establishing armed QRFs, or Quick Reaction Forces, readying to deploy for January 6th. Groups like the Oath Keepers were standing by at the ready should POTUS request assistance. By invoking the Insurrection Act, agents...
So when he said, Proud Boys, stand by and stand down, that he was actually literally communicating to them. He knew. He knew that that was going on. Also, I don't know if I've said hi to Super Sweet Boy. Everybody go follow Super Sweet Boy. Can I get a shout out to Super Sweet Boy? Shafiq, Super Sweet Boy is a super sweet boy.
Were informed.
House January 6th committee also aired previously unseen video of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Senator Chuck Schumer, and others responding as the Capitol was being attacked on that day. The footage was filmed by Pelosi's daughter, the documentary filmmaker Alexandra Pelosi. Some Republicans had previously suggested Pelosi had failed to call the National Guard to protect the Capitol, but the footage aired Thursday sheds new light on her actions. We'll play that new video in a moment. But first, let's go back to June. This is House Minority Whip Steve Scalise and fellow Republican Congressmember Jim Banks.
Was Speaker Pelosi involved in the decision to delay National Guard assistance on January 6th?
You know, so Government Master says in the chat there, you can see it happen with people like Alex Jones constantly quoting movies as if they're real because he and the people that listen to him can't tell reality from fiction. I think there's something really important to like glean from that, right? In terms of alienation under capitalism. Like, we don't understand how damaging alienation is until we hear something like that, right? We see alienation and how it affects working class people and leftists and stuff like that and marginalized people, and that's good, that's important. But then the alienation when that affects the petty bourgeois, conspiracy theorist right, and QAnoners, like, they think that Hollywood is trying to tell them things through movies because of the alienation of like, well, I don't know who made this movie, I've never met anyone who's made a movie, and I don't really go outside that much. I just spend a lot of time on the internet and Facebook and all that. You know? Yeah, we knew he was communicating directly with them, Trump and the Proud Boys. It's nice getting confirmation, though. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Those are serious and real questions that this committee refuses to even ask.
Thank you, Jim. And Jim Banks just raised some very serious questions that should be answered by the January 6th Commission, but they're not.
Hey, Birdie Blake.
Not for a very specific reason, and that's because Nancy Pelosi doesn't want those.
You had family tell you that Back to the Future was warning us about 9/11 unironically. Jeez Louise, Chloe. Holy shit. Like, that is the kind of... That's the way that the alienation is sort of, like, fucked with the way our minds work, you know?
Questions to be answered.
So that's House Minority Whip Steve Scalise speaking in June, questioning House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's response to the January 6th attacks.
Great
well,
Scott.
It turns out Scalise was in the room when Pelosi called the Pentagon on speakerphone to demand help. Let's go back to Thursday's January 6th hearing. This is Democratic Congressmember Jamie Raskin.
As the president watched the bloody attack unfold on Fox News from his dining room, members of Congress and other government officials stepped into the gigantic leadership void created by the president's chilling and studied passivity that day. What you're about to see is previously unseen footage of congressional leaders, both Republicans and Democrats, as they were taken to a secure location during the riot. You'll see how everyone involved was working actively to stop the violence, to get federal law enforcement deployed to the scene, to put down the violence and secure the Capitol complex. Not just Democrats.
We need media literacy so fucking badly. Well, I want to disagree there because you can, for example, we spoke about this when we watched Fantastic Mr. Fox's video on bisexual Batman, right? That you can get a meaning from a piece of media that isn't necessarily there. Like, for example, if you're a queer person, you could take something from something that's written by like a cishet, like an allo cishet guy, and be like, yo, that actually speaks to me a bit because I'm a bit different, right? But the allo cishet guy, you know, he's talking about being a bit different in terms of like liking Dungeons and Dragons rather than being queer. But we can take that as queer people and be like, yeah, like that speaks to us, innit? Like, interpretation is subjective. So media literacy, like, you know, like, I don't think that's what make people take their own meanings from things. I think that it's a mixture of reactionary politics, alienation from the working class, alienation from other people in society. I just think it's a lack of connection to why the material conditions we're under are like that. Like, why capitalism is actually oppressing everybody. Do you know what I mean? And I don't know. You know, the petty bourgeoisie are oppressed by capitalism. They just don't realize it. You know, like, I learned this when I started running my own business as a videographer, when I became self-employed. And I was like, hang on a minute. I'm not getting any help from the government during COVID. Like, the government didn't give me any fucking, like, they gave me dough based on how much profit I've made, right? But if your profit margins are, like, extremely slim, like mine were, what are you going to do? You know? So that's that. It does sort of like give them a you know, they don't understand where that comes from. They just think that it's like it's the queers and it's the black people and it's, you know, that's what they think. Technically speaking, queer theory and Marxist theory are a type of media literacy. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, at the end of the day, you don't need to read Marx to understand oppression of the working class. And isn't queer theory like just understanding queerness? I don't know. I don't really know what queer theory is. Purchase some more bootstraps, right? You know.
That's like Speaker Nancy
Right,
Pelosi.
the less profit you make, the more help you need, arguably. Right, exactly.
And House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, but Republicans like Vice President Pence, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Majority Whip John Thune, and countless other appointees across the administration. All of them did what President Trump was not doing, what he simply refused to do. Take a listen.
We're starting to get surrounded. They're taking the north front scaffolding. Unless we get more munitions, we're not going to be able to hold. The door has been breached, and people are gaining access into the Capitol.
We have got to finish the proceedings, or else it will all become tricky.
Senator Schumer is at a secure location, and they're locked down in the Senate.
There has to be some way we can maintain the sense that people have that there's some security or some confidence that government can function and that we can elect a president of the United States. Did we go back into session?
We did go back into session, but now apparently everybody on the floor is putting on tear gas masks to prepare for a breach. Well, I'm trying to get more information.
They're putting on their
tear gas masks.
I can't.
We need an area for the House members. They're all walking over now through the tunnels.
I'm going to call up the effing Secretary of DOD. We have some senators who are still in their hideaways. They need massive personnel now. Can you get the Maryland National Guard to come too?
I have something to say, Mr. Secretary. Well, I'm going to call the mayor of Washington, D.C. right now and see what other outreach he has to other...
Next void says, thank you for what you're doing, Muel. Chat 2. I feel so lonely often as a trans femme socialist. I don't think I could still be fighting without people like you. Sincerely, thank you. Hey, solidarity, yo. Solidarity. Let's get some love in the chat for Next Void, please. I want to see your love emotes. I want to see all of that. Please, please, please.
Hi, Governor. This is Nancy. Governor, I don't know if you...
You know, like, we should do things for solidarity, right? Solidarity is not expecting something in return. Solidarity is not expecting, like, you know, look at me. I'm not like the biggest streamer. Do you know what I mean? I'm not like pulling huge numbers or anything like that. I'm fortunately got a very, very supportive community that actually like pay me to do what I'm doing, and that's great. I've got patrons, I've got, you know, donators, I've got subscribers and all that shit, and that rocks, right? That fucking rocks. But you know, I need that, but I don't do it for that. Like, if I wanted to make money, I'd just become a reactionary. And I'd, like, invite people onto my stream, like, fascists, and, you know, debate people's human rights with them. And then, you know, the fascists that, like, festered in my audience, I would, like, use them to sort of, like, silence people who disagreed with me. I would do that instead, wouldn't I? If I wanted to make money and get loads of views and all that. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, listen. It's not like I've got an axe to grind or anything. Yeah, look, you know, you're very, very welcome here. And I'm glad that you feel cool and happy about, you know, what I'm doing and shit. Like, I don't know. I don't really feel like I'm doing anything like huge. I think it's like a very low bar to make a community feel safe and welcoming for as many people as possible of any kind of different you know, identity or whatever, right? You know, for it doesn't matter like what your marginalized, you know, what your marginalization is. It doesn't matter like where you're from or anything like that. I just think it's a very low bar, isn't it, to actually be able to make your community that safe. And I think that, you know, luckily we've got a really sweet and caring community here. And I think that we you know, like, it's crazy, like looking at the Discord and shit, like when people are doing, you know, people are posting vent and support. I feel so bad because like people post in vent and support, they post the problems in there. I feel so bad that I can't get back to everyone. But everybody in the Discord, everyone in this community is supporting each other in there, and everyone is doing their best to try and help people in there. And that's just really sweet. Like, my community has just like gone from being, you know, small and, you know, just people having a bit of a laugh and stuff like that to being like a really, really nice, lovely space where we all kind of understand solidarity in that, like, I'm not you and other people in the chat are not the same as everybody, right? Everyone is different, but we can all share in the fact that life's a struggle, right? It's different for other people. Like, life is more of a struggle for other people than it is. But that's what solidarity is, right? In sort of understanding that and trying to do what you can wherever you are to the best of your ability in order to make life easy for each other, innit? Because that's what it's all about at the end of the day. We just want everybody to have a nice life. Like, we are in this like absurd, like completely like extremely unlikely existence that's so bizarre. I was talking about this on Tuesday. We're literally just like a fucking manifestation of the universe observing itself, right? No matter what you think, whether you're spiritual or scientific like that, you could argue that that is like literally what we are. We're able to like take information and process it and observe what's going on, right? And in the short time that we're here, we should be able to just make everyone's life a little bit better. So yeah, you know, I love seeing messages like that. So I really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. And I'm glad that you feel safe and good here. Yeah, Discord right there, yeah. Yeah. Also, hey, Enderpig, and I think person type thing here as well. Welcome in. Yeah, that's right. Quality over quantity. That is the way. 100%.
Have been approached about the Virginia National Guard. Mr. Hoyer was speaking to.
Yes, sorry, Shafiq.
But I still think you probably need the okay of the federal government in order to come into another jurisdiction. Discord
has got huge vibes, yeah,
Thank
huge
you.
big vibes.
Oh my gosh, they're just breaking windows. They're doing all kinds. It's really they said somebody was shot. It was just horrendous, and all at the instigation of the President of the United States. Okay, thank you, Governor. I appreciate what you're doing, and if you don't mind, I'd like to stay in touch. Thank you.
Yes, come to the Discord for movie nights. Movie nights fuck.
You know, I'm just talking to Governor Northam, and what he said is they sent 200 state police and a unit of the National Guard. They're breaking windows and going in, obviously ransacking our offices and all the rest of that. That's nothing. The concern we have about personal safety.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Transcends everything. But the fact is, on any given day, they're breaking.
Lord of the Rings is in November, Cynthia.
And
it's in November.
Much of it at the instigation of the President of the United States. And now, if he could at least somebody.
Yeah, why don't you get the President to tell them to leave the Capitol, Mr. Attorney General, in your law enforcement responsibility? A public statement they should all leave.
The irony, right? The absolute irony of these fucks out here. Thank you for the follow. These fucks out here, right? Going USA, 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 while literally trying to dismantle what little democracy they have in the USA. Do you know what I mean? How many of these people would benefit from a fascist dictatorship? That's what I want to know. Because do they understand like what a fascist dictatorship is? Do they understand like, you know, that you are like forced to work? Like, way harder than you ever were before. Like, the war machine turns up to, like, 1 million and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? Nationalism's so cool. Right, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, normally when people, like, chant USA, they're being like, yeah, USA #1. And I know that that's, like, done in, like, what do you call it? Like, sort of like a bastardized idea of patriotism and stuff like that. Like, they're trying to be like, yeah, the USA's great, we got loads of democracy, but it's bollocks because you actually haven't. But it is, you know, even that like sort of like bastardized idea that like, yeah, this is the land of the free and we're taking away people's freedoms. Like, we're gonna like take over the Capitol and put in a system that is like, you know, yeah, it's jingoistic, isn't it? Yeah. That's right. They don't care about democracy. I know. It's just funny, isn't it? Because that is kind of like what they think. They're like, the USA, it's a free country. And then, you know, when they put, you know, if this was like more successful in terms of like getting Trump actually back into power, and then like before you know it, like, you know, police, more of a police state than America already is, and all shit like that, right? Like, these people would be put to work in like munitions factories, and like, you know, the USA would be like trying to invade South America and shit like that, and they'd all be sent to the front lines. They'd be like conscripts and shit like that. Like, I just don't, you know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. Hey, Samantha Jane, how you doing? And hello, Liz, how are you? Seem to care about a set of entitlements that the white supremacy has granted them. Yeah, that's it, right? That's it. Kevin Sorbo, yeah. Well, actually, it was Antifa. Yeah, well, yeah. They love to say that, don't they? Yeah, Kevin Sorbo was talking about that. Petty bourgeoisie are convinced that they're just one good day away from being part of the capitalist class. That's what it is, isn't it, at the end of the day? Yeah, that is what it is.
This cannot be just we're waiting for so-and-so. We need them there now, whoever you got.
You also have troops. This is Steny Hoyer. Troops.
Okay, so we have a little bit of time to make it.
Hercules sucked,
Right.
yeah. No one ever watched that.
Active duty National Guard.
How soon in the future can you have the place evacuated, pulled in, cleaned out?
I don't want to speak for the leadership that's going to be responsible.
Yeah, he said that. History is being made. Kevin Sorbo.
Well, just pretend for a moment it was the Pentagon or the White House or some other entity that was under siege. And let me say, you can logistically get people there as you make the plan.
You had the animated movie on bootleg VHS? Yeah, but that's not Kevin Sorbo, is it?
We're trying to figure out how we...
The best Hercules movie is the one where Lou Ferrigno punches a bear and throws it out into space. Am I gonna find the right one? Is this it? Why does this look like it's supposed to be set in medieval England?
Is that you, Hercules?
Is it this? Liz Truss resigned. Did you... Yeah, yeah. Well, Shafiq's already told you. We covered that at the start of the stream, right? But like, oh my god, like, there's no way that I would not know that had happened. Like, I'm not being like, huh, you fool, coming into this stream and telling me what I already know. But like, listen, there's no way that, like, it's that shit is everywhere. Like, yeah, we know.
Hercules?
Is that right? He voiced Hercules in the animated movie. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was someone like Tim Allen or some shit. Although Tim Allen is a bastard as well, isn't he? Oh, what is that? What is that? Oh, you just heard yourself? That's fair enough. Damn, look at that hunk. Holy shit. Oh my god. That's not what a bear sounds like. Why have they got like, right, for a start, why is Hercules in the woods? What is going on there? Hey Raven, how's it going? You just watched the new Hellraiser, you didn't enjoy it? Shit, sorry to hear that. Oh my god. Why is he fucking Jack? Because he's Lou Ferrigno. Hey Drakeson, what's going on? Listen, I've got so many questions here. Like, why is Hercules in the woods? I don't understand. Like, is he supposed to be like, you know? Oh, fuck. Didn't mean to do that. Bear on bear action. Classic Italian cinema. Shooting in the woods is free. That's true. That is what that is. That's a bear. That's a man in a bear costume. Oh, yes. Oh, this is great. Fucking brilliant. Stock footage of a bear from a trail cam. And just Lou Ferrigno pounding the shit out of a guy in a bear costume. This is what you want. Oh, God. He is just so hot. What a fucking hottie. Nah, we've got to watch this shit. What the fuck? Yes. Holy shit. We've got to watch that. That looks insane. There's like sci-fi shit in it and everything. Holy shit. You all laugh, but that is 100% accurate to myth. I love it. I love it. 10 out of 10, no notes. That is so good. That is so fucking good. I don't know. Listen, Super Sweet Boy, I don't know why you put that in my chat. Don't put shit like that in my chat, yo. Come on. Come on, dude. You know better than that. Yeah, but thank you. Thank you for that. That was fucking brilliant. Holy shit.
Get this job done today. We talked to Mitch
Incredible.
about it earlier.
I think chat needed that with us being like half an hour into this Democracy Now! Special on the January 6th Select Committee hearings.
He's not in the room right now, but he was with us earlier and said
Zeus hid the bears and the stars to protect him from Hera.
Confine it to just one complaint, Arizona.
Zeus would do that, wouldn't he?
And that would be, then just move forward with the rest of the state. The overriding wish is to do it at the Capitol. What we are being told.
Little break for Space Bear, yeah.
It's going to take days for the Capitol to be okay again. We've got a very bad report about the conditions of
I think we got to watch that for movie night. Maybe in December or some shit.
As well. I don't think
well, we should have like a festive. Well, no, because we're going to have another movie night in November. Because the movie night in November of the extended editions of Lord of the Rings is going to be like an extra movie night anyway.
Okay. But what we left the conversation with, because he said he had the impression from Mitch that Mitch wants to get everybody back to do it there. Yes. I said, well, we're getting a counterpoint that is.
Oh yeah, don't start about Zeus.
To clean up the poo-poo that they're making all over them, literally and figuratively in the Capitol, and that it may take days to get back.
Did Nancy Pelosi look? I know that she's like under duress right now, but like, clean up the poo-poo? Really? Really?
It could take time to clean up the poo-poo that they're making all over.
Oh, honey, what the fuck? What?
Literally and figuratively in the Capitol, and that it may take days to get back.
In a situation like this, of all situations, you would just say shit. You would just say shit. I don't know, maybe she is a grandmother, I don't know. But You would just say shit, wouldn't you? Like, there's no stop. Clean up the mess, clean up the shit, clean up the poo-poo. Like, what are you, 5? Like, what the fuck?
We'll inform you that their best information is that they believe that the House and the Senate will be able to
Hey, Tally 1, 2, 3.
roughly an hour.
Good news.
If she says shit, they'll all start saying it. Yeah, that's true.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
She said crap.
That was House Speaker Nancy Pelosi speaking to then Vice President Mike Pence. She was at Fort McNair with the other legislators in previously unseen footage during the January 6th insurrection. Thursday's hearing concluded with a vote to subpoena former President Donald Trump. This is Select Committee Chair, Congressmember Benny Thompson.
We have left no doubt, none, that Donald Trump led an effort to upend American democracy that directly resulted in the violence of January 6th. He tried
what little
to
democracy
take away
they've
the voice
got
of the American people in choosing their president and replace the will of the voters with his will to remain in power. He is the
Nah, Raven, I can't. I'm sorry. Like, that is just absolutely unacceptable. Don't be saying shit like that, yo. That's
one person at the center of the
we don't objectify women like that in here at all. Like, you're not a bad person, yeah, so you're not getting a ban, but come on, man.
Of what happened on January 6th. So we want to hear from him. The committee needs to do everything in our power to tell the most complete story possible and provide recommendations to help ensure nothing like January 6th ever happens again. We need to be fair and thorough and gain a full context for the evidence we've obtained. But the need for this committee to hear from Donald Trump goes beyond our fact-finding. This is a question about accountability to the American people. He must be accountable.
I don't know, this chat's been wild tonight. What do you mean, Lyra?
Answer for his actions. He's required to answer to those police officers who put their lives and bodies on the line to defend our democracy. He's required to answer to those millions of Americans whose votes he wanted to throw out as part of his scheme to remain in power. And whatever is underway to ensure this accountability under law, this committee will demand.
Akari, we made it, said, the Great Reset is coming. Aren't you scared? I'm only scared that your dad might text me again, demanding that I eat his ass. Because frankly, I'm done with him. That's it. It's over between us. So, now you know I was fucking your dad. And I am now your ex-stepdad. I'm sorry. We didn't have a relationship. And that's really upsetting, to be honest. But, that's the only thing I'm scared of.
And a full accounting to every American person of the event.
He's not, I agree, yeah, he's not. Trump's not going to show, yeah.
It's our obligation to seek Donald Trump's testimony. There's precedent in American history for Congress to compel the testimony of a president. There's also precedent for presidents to provide testimony and documentary evidence to congressional investigators. We also recognize that a subpoena to a former president is a serious and extraordinary action. That's why we want to take this step in full.
Oh, Gumbo Master, it's already happening. You don't need to, there's no,
subject matter issue is so important to the American people, and the stakes are so high for our future.
Precedent for presidents, the present.
And so, I recognize the Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, to offer a motion.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to today's notice, I send to the desk a committee resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Committee Resolution 1, resolved that the chairman be and is hereby directed to subpoena Donald J. Trump for documents and testimony in connection with the January 6th attack.
Yeah. We know that it happened. We know that he got subpoenaed.
Right.
There. What's the?
And here is Mr. Oathkeeper directly. Here are a few examples. This is Roger Stone.
Hey, Riskinverse.
With Oath Keepers at the Willard Hotel.
Wow, Riskinverse coming in the stream and being like, hello, chat, but not even saying hello, Muel. Can you believe it?
On the morning of January 6th.
Outrageous.
Here is Mr. Stone testifying before our committee.
Pay attention to me.
Did you speak to President Trump on his private cell phone on either January 5th or January 6th?
Once again, on advice of counsel, I will...
If you're here, you're here for me. Forget chat, right? Forget all that. Forget all them. Like, they don't care. They don't care about you, right? It's me. It's me. You thought I was busy. Oh, well, you know.
Assert my Fifth Amendment right.
That's right. Yes, God, what a cunt. Correct.
To respectfully decline to answer your question.
This is General Michael Flynn, walking with Oath Keepers
That's super. Ender Pig with, like, the funniest, like, sarcasm. God, what a cunt. Like, what an absolute cunt.
December 12th, 2020. And here is General Flynn's testimony before our committee.
Did you, General Flynn, talk to President Trump at any point on January 6, 2021?
The 5th.
Here is John Eastman, fraudulently instructing tens of thousands of angry protesters that the vice president could change the election outcome on January 6th. Later on this same day, Dr. Eastman acknowledged in writing that Donald Trump knew what he was attempting was illegal. Here is John Eastman testifying before our committee.
Did President Trump authorize you to discuss publicly your January 4th, 2021 conversation with him?
If.
So is it your position that you can discuss in the media direct conversations you had with the President of the United States, but you will not discuss
Thanks,
the
Shafiq.
same conversations
Appreciate
with
that.
this committee?
If.
Here is Jeff Clark, who conspired with Donald Trump to corrupt the Department of Justice. President Trump wanted to appoint Jeff Clark as acting Attorney General. And as you can see in this call log,
As much as people like to make parallels between US and UK conservatives, Americans are just fascist now. UK neocons suck, but at least they have to pretend they give a crap about the working class. No, they don't do that. They kind of just don't do that at all. Like Liz Truss, like for the last week was like, I don't care. She actually said out loud, yes, I want the rich to get richer. You know, yeah, and yeah, trans people in the UK would absolutely disagree with that as well. Like that, I think that's important to remember. Like, you know, it's not like the parallels between the UK and the US are getting definitely more similar in terms of politics. So I see where you're coming from, but absolutely the current UK government does not give a fuck about the working class, and they make no bones about it. They're not bothered. They don't even give a shit. They're just like, whatever, that's that. The only difference is the religious excuses. Yeah, right.
Archives, he did so. And here is Mr. Clark testifying before our committee.
I mean, if you're talking about Labour, if you're talking about the Labour Party, you know, kinda, you know, because I guess you could say that Labour are now neocons under Keir Starmer. So actually, I'll give you that, Raven. If you're talking about neocons and you're talking in relation to the Labour Party, they absolutely do pretend to care about the working class. So I'll give you that. But if you're on about the Tories, no fucking way. No fucking way. They are literally just fascists. Like extreme neoliberal fascists.
Mr. Clark, when did you first talk directly with President Trump?
5th.
Mr. Clark, did you discuss with President Trump allegations of fraud in the 2020 election?
I wasn't very absolutely right. Yeah.
Other witnesses have also gone to enormous lengths to avoid testifying about their dealings with Donald Trump. Steve Bannon has been tried and convicted.
I am right, aren't I, chat? And that's what's important. Being right, even when you're completely wrong. That's the most important thing, to be the smartest boy. I'm the smartest leftist. I'm the best leftist.
By a jury of his peers for contempt of Congress.
Hi, Dave. Could I get a shout for Dave Warnock, please? Yeah, I'm being sarcastic. Yes, I am.
And Mark Meadows.
Sorry, being sarcastic for everyone who wasn't able to tell.
Donald Trump's former chief of staff has refused to testify based upon executive privilege. The committee's litigation with him continues. Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Chloe's on it. Double shout out for Dave. Go follow Dave. He's great.
Facts that these and other witnesses are currently concealing. But our duty today is to our country and our children and our Constitution.
I'm the leftist,
We are
that's
obligated
right.
to seek answers directly from the man who set this all in motion.
This is a conservative chat now,
is
yeah.
entitled to those answers. So we can
DJ Vosh. Oh, don't ever say that. Don't, please. That That's the worst thing anyone's ever put in my chat. That's the no, don't ever. I'm deleting that. I'm deleting that message. Don't make me look at that. Ever. Ew. No. Ew. Oh, God. Feel sick.
So this
Feel
afternoon,
actually sick.
I am offering this resolution that the committee direct the chairman to issue a subpoena for relevant documents and testimony under oath from Donald John Trump in connection with the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. If there's no further debate, the question is on agreeing to the resolution. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed.
I react the same way when people quote David Pacman.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
I haven't listened to that guy in like years. I remember like when I first started, like, you know, I think there's a moment that most like sort of leftists go through, right? When they like go on the internet and they like discover left-wing content and they just like follow everybody. They follow fucking everybody in it, and they're just like, yeah, this person, this person, this person, this person, great. Like, oh, they're a leftist, they're a leftist. Like, all the different leftist content creators, no matter how, like, problematic, like, because you don't know. You're just going straight in, and you're just like, yes, 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 yes. Right? All these guys, yeah, they're all the best. Right? And then that's what I did, and that's what I did. And I saw the David Pacman show. I never really watched it. You know, I actually did that with Vorsh as well. Like, you know, speaking of. And like never really and the same thing happened with like when I watched Vorsh for the first time and when I watched David Pacman. Like I watched him and I was like, yeah, kind of like saying some good things, but like, oh, this feels really weird and not right. You know what I mean? There's something going on here that I don't like, and it just feels weird. It feels icky. And I couldn't put my finger on it. And then later on, I found out, and that was upsetting. You know. You remember being a fan of Thunderfoot? I did watch Thunderfoot videos back in the day. When he started going on about feminism, I was like, oh, this is weird. You know? This is weird. But like his like science stuff and like new atheism stuff I thought was interesting and shit like that. So yeah, I used to watch Thunderfoot for sure.
Requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Last time I watched David Pacman, he got attacked by ghosts. Badum tish. Whack, 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 whack.
Cheney.
Aye.
Miss Cheney, aye. Miss Lofgren?
Aye.
Miss Lofgren, aye.
Yeah, we know that they all voted to subpoena him. That's the end of that. Like, look, that's it, isn't it? That's the end. That's the end of that. That's it. That's literally it. Which is good because I need a piss. Chat, take your meds, have a stretch, do whatever, get up, have a little walk. Get some fresh air, shit like that. We watched the thing that we didn't really, you know, there was a bit of stuff that we learned there, you know. What's going on with that? Is it? That's not properly. Sorry, you can all probably hear like horrible noise. Hang on. Want someone to do a new atheist retrospective? You might even do it yourself. Hell yeah, you should. That would rock. Down. Right. Back in the tick. Oh. Right, what's going on? Someone do squats with you. Yeah, that's a good shout. I'm gonna take my pussy vitamins. Oh, why did I say... Listen, I said pussy like that because it's funny, but like... Why did I say... Vitamins? Vitamins. It's vitamins. Leaving us with some tavern tunes or something. That's right, we're doing tavern core. Pussy. Listen, I watched like a lot of Vine Source and Joel. And one of the funniest things that Joel has ever said. In fact, hang on, let me like see if we can get it up. No, we don't say vitamins like that. We say vitamins. We don't say vitamins, we say vitamins. I don't know why I said it like that. This is one of the best videos that
Human B.
Well, it's not one of the best videos because it's like 20 minutes long, but I don't even know what the fuck was going on here. Hang on, let me make a scene. Hey Sayako, how's it going? Yeah, I like Vine Source a lot. You know, you don't know what the politics of these guys are, unfortunately. They don't make it very obvious in it. So, you know, they don't really say a lot of reactionary stuff. And Joel recently, like, was making such a big deal about how NFTs were absolute dog shit. So, you know, I think they're probably all right. I imagine they're probably libs, most of them, right? Like, they're very, like, LGBTQIA plus friendly, like, in the Vine Source Discord. Discord. So, like, I can't imagine they're, like, reactionary. But, yeah, this is just one of the funniest bits that, like, Joel ever did. And, what he's doing, all this video is, this is like a fan has made this video of his stream. It's from like a year ago. And all he was doing was he had a picture of John Cena, this ball. I'll show it you, right? Look, a little bit of candy, right? A little bit of candy, right? And all he's doing is he's just got a picture of bald John Cena. And the video is you know, the video is just called Joel Vinesource laughs at bald John Cena for 20 minutes abridged, right? And it's this bit of it. So it's like 20 minutes of Joel fucking around, like putting different bits of you know, like he's got like a mustache there for him. Like he's put a little mustache on him. He's putting like little different bits of body, like face parts on John Cena. That's just what the stream is. But like this bit is so fucking good.
Once I give him those like pussy lips eyes. Oh wait, almost aligned. All right, hang on, wait.
Pussy lips eyes.
I was gonna like correct the yeah. Oh god damn. Okay, well, just a little bit more red, please. Just a little bit more red. Just a little bit more red, and then we like that. This is fucked up. No, he's got like hot dog skin. Who's this fake man? It looks like he's about to cry. Well, he's balding.
Just that one bit. Just that one bit where he's about to get Steve Buscemi's eyes.
How different of a man will John Seaman be once I give him those like pussy lips eyes?
Pussy lips eyes. Oh god, just absolutely quality content. Like, some of the funniest shit. John Seaman. Yeah, just Steve Buscemi's eyes. Oh, God. Just shit like that. I just love shit like that. Pussy. Like, saying pussy like that. That's great. And his name is John Seaman. And then, like, the Pornhub thing plays. You know, like the boom, 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 boom. I never thought Steve Buscemi's eyes looked like pussy lips, and now it's never going to leave me. That's right. And in fact, what's going to happen now is that if you meet anyone in real life who's kind of tired and kind of like has like eyes that are like a bit red, you'll be like, pussy lips eyes. That will happen now for about a year. You're welcome. What did I miss in the chat? What did I miss in the chat? Watching for entertainment, I can handle no publicly stated political alignment because conservatives are really bad about concealing those things. Yeah, that's right. I feel that, Drake. Yeah. Bud says I watch Rev Scarecrow a bit every now and then. Would say, yeah, your average lib who's left-leaning, but just average everyday upbringing comes with certain brainworms. Yeah, for sure. I like Rev a lot. Rev actually inspired me to do art streams back in the day, but yeah, it's not something I'm really gonna do anytime soon, unfortunately. Vinny said he might be ace like once, I think, and everyone is just friendly and supportive. That's pretty like, yeah, I would be totally, obviously I would be supportive if anyone was ace, but like I could see Vinny being ace for sure. Yeah. Clips on Pornhub have a jingle if it's the community. Pornhub community. Didn't know what the jingle is, as I'm a good Christian boy. Well, fair enough. You say it like the breakfast cereal. Kabuki Crisp. Yeah, that's just Americans putting extra syllables in words that don't need them. You know, like ham. Like ham is a one syllable fucking... The one syllable word, like ham. Do you know what I mean? Ham. But Americans have to make it difficult, and they say ham. Ham. And then laptop. Laptop is two syllables. I've done this bit before, but who cares, right? Laptop is two syllables in it, right? Laptop. Laptop, right? But Americans, because they're like that, will say laptop. Laptop. Like, what is that? Like, laptop. Laptop. What the fuck? Why are you doing that? Anyway, Americans will never know. So, what's next? Well, it's time for some Chud Bingus, everybody. Southerners in absolute shambles, that's right, yep. Pesky Americans, I know, yeah. It is exactly what you sound like, Husker, yeah. Every single American. They all have that accent. What the H are they talking about? I know. Listen, it's time for Chud Bingus. You can play along if you like. We don't have to play. Chud Bingus, you're not going to win anything. No one wins. That's the thing about Chud Bingus. Also, $27 is in the chat, by the way. David, I didn't miss you. I just got distracted. Did we get a shout out? $27. Did that happen? Just do it again. Can we have another one? Do two. I don't care. Right? He's a great streamer. If you like my politics, you'll love his politics. Great stream, great community, great chat. If we win Chud Bingus, will you give us a copy of the golden one? I hope to God there are no copies of the golden one, because that would be horrific. But David's going to love this. He's turned up at the right time. It's everyone's favorite Scotsman. Everyone's favorite Scotsman. Excuse me. Listen, the reveal is going to take a little bit longer, so just imagine I'm saying this in in a bit. Imagine I said that in a bit. I'll tell you what. I'll say it again when I'm ready. Okay, so... that's the title I've just come up with for this bit, just on the fly there. Listen, this is what happens when I'm like well rested. I'm doing stuff outside of just like sitting in the house and shit. You know. Like, you get actual good content. You get actual good jokes, good content, even though no one appreciates the jokes and no one laughs. And I have to explain the jokes. And then I look like an idiot. And then people clip me out of context and go, ha ha ha, DJ Muel's not actually funny. You know, and that's your fault, chat, for not reacting correctly. But, you know, we've been through this, so I'll move on. Wait, is my green? Oh, no, it's the wig. I thought the green screen was a bit... Right. So, okay, I'll do that bit again. It's everyone's favourite Scotsman, Neil Oliver. Yes, that's right. Here he is. He's back. That's what he looks like normally. He's not pulling face there. That's just what he looks like. That's also going to be the title of the stream so that everyone is aware. David. That's right. The people who know. The people who know. Oh, fucking hell. I know he's got fantastic hair and it's terrible. I hate that. Right? Do we think that Neil Oliver votes yes or no for Scottish independence? Scott's in the chat. What do you reckon? What do you reckon? What am I doing here? Chudbingus, yeah. Chudbingus. Too much of a yank to get the vibes? Don't worry. I've never heard of this person, but I'm expecting some extreme chudness. Oh, yeah. Hey, Andy, what's going on? Welcome in. Right, chat, listen, you don't have to play along with, you don't have to play along with Chudbingus if you don't want. It's just a little funny thing that we do. But, you know, this is, this is Chudbingus. You win Chudbingus by any other type of, you know, it's just like Trash Bingus, but for chuds, basically, right? He's a un? Oh, okay, right, got you. Yeah, massive unionist, so he would vote no for Scottish independence. So, you know, the things that we're going to probably have here, I imagine, by the way, I do a show called Red Planet. So you can take that one off immediately, and you should go and check out Red Planet. It's very, very good. There are VODs on Kira Chat's YouTube channel and also on Sophie from Mars's full stream channel, so you should go check out those VODs. We did a really good one recently with the Prisoner Solidarity Network. Go and check that out. I imagine, like, maybe... Here's my prediction for what Neil Oliver's going to talk about. It's a 20-minute video. He's talking about digital enslavement is coming, right? And I think he's going to talk about free speech. I've not pre-watched this, by the way. I'm just guessing based on what I know of Neil Oliver, right? Free speech, he's going to talk about wokeism, or some variation on the word woke, right? Thinks white people only have history. I think that's going to be in there. That's not philosophy. I imagine there's going to be like he's going to try and be smart. He's not very horny on main, Neil Oliver. Gotta say. Cancel culture for sure. Pronouns possibly. Yes. Yeah, you're right, Lyra. Yeah, I think he's going to talk about that. I'm not really... Look, I don't know if I'm going to have a mank attack, right? I don't know if that's going to happen. It's hard to say, so maybe. The guy's a transphobe. Just like your garden variety transphobe. Like, I'm not talking like fucking you know, extreme gender critical kind of shit. Like, I don't think he like even thinks about it that much, but he's definitely gonna, he'll probably say something like blue hair and pronouns. You know what I mean? Dog whistles for sure. And just asking questions. I don't know if that'll be a thing. Doesn't understand the Greeks and the Romans. I feel like that's something that we've had with Neil Oliver before. So I'm gonna guess that. He doesn't really get too worked up, so I don't think screaming, coming, crying, shitting, pissing is gonna be a thing. He doesn't have a rant soner. Conspiracy theories, yeah, that's a given. Yeah, if you've got conspiracy theories, there'll be some squares here that I have that you won't have. So I mean, you can tick off tangent to conspiracy theories already because he's definitely going to do that. Something about soy, we don't have that as a square. Maybe we do have a square like that. Do we have a soy square? I've not looked at Chud Bingus for a while. He's got a different scale for shitting and coming. Yeah, possibly. Not quite a ranked competitive transphobe. Yeah, that's not right. Is it a tangent if it's the main content though? Listen, it doesn't matter because there's no. Also, hi Confero. It doesn't matter. It's just a bit of a laugh. This. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, there's no actual prizes to win. No one wins any prizes, and that's kind of like, you know, that's the whole shtick with Chud Bingus. So let's play along. Let's see what we got. Here he is. It's Neil Oliver. I'm sure he's going to tell us all about something extremely pertinent and poignant. Also, hi, Octavius.
Jacinda Ardern recently in front of the United Nations, UN, where she declared that freedom of speech was a weapon of war.
Take it off. Take it off. Literally not pre-watched. It's the first thing he said. I've not pre-watched this. Right into it. Tick it off. Free speech.
That's people like me, people like you, depending on what it is that you're saying, are as dangerous as anyone weaponized in any other way, just on account of the things we say. And she was on a bit of a rant.
It's so funny because he's telling on himself here. Because if you don't know, Neil Oliver is a massive COVID denier, like a massive anti-vaxxer, right? He doesn't care about disabled people. He doesn't care about the most vulnerable people in society. And that is because he is part of the petty bourgeoisie. He is literally just exactly the same as most anti-vaxxers. He is petty bourgeoisie. He doesn't care, right? And so he's telling on himself straight away because Jacinda Ardern was talking about free speech in terms of like, yeah, we shouldn't allow people to say things that are harmful, right? Now, I'm not the biggest fan of Jacinda Ardern. She's done some good things. She's done some bad things. There are some people who are extremely critical of her in Aotearoa. However, she's you know, she did really well with COVID, right? In terms of like everybody and you know, convincing everybody to keep wearing masks and get vaccinated and all that stuff, right? Yeah, votes for Trump shit. Yeah, literally that kind of shit. So anyway,
smiling rant.
He's telling on himself that he's saying that like, oh, she thinks that people like us are dangerous. Well, yeah, you are. You're extremely dangerous.
About misinformation, as she called it. And misinformation is another of the many words that have been utterly devalued in recent times on account of misuse. You'd think misinformation meant things that were factually incorrect.
Yes.
But in the mouths of people like Jacinda Ardern, Justin Trudeau in Canada and so on, what they really mean is dissent.
Right.
Misinformation is a proxy for not agreeing with them.
Well, no, because the dissent that you're talking about is not wearing masks. He's on Patreon? Okay, hang on a minute, Patreon. Didn't you, like, ban people for being anti-vaxxers? Like, didn't you do that?
And rather take on the debate the argument, rather than...
No, we don't brigade here, Drakeson. We don't brigade. But I imagine that would be something that Patreon would want to look into. We don't encourage people to go and report stuff like this. But it would be the kind of thing that you would report to Patreon for misinformation.
Seek to prove the rightness of their cause by the use of effective argument and discussion and debate. They just want...
Debate? Wait, is there a debate square? Is there a debate square? Is there actually a debate square? At least I agree that Trudeau is a shit. Yeah, well, Trudeau is a shit. Yeah, absolutely. Just asking questions? No, you got no debate? Okay, right, that's fine.
Those they don't agree with to shut up and go away. More of our speech was about the way in which, if people are allowed to continue to use the weapons of free speech, that will end up in chaos, and that it's the obligation of governments and organisations like the UN to restore order by bringing to bear the technology that's now at everyone's fingertips to control the information that goes out there.
So what does Neil Oliver think that, you know, he needs to have free speech about? Because he has free speech. Like, he's doing it now. Right? What does he think he needs to have free speech about? It is actually gonna be that he just wants to tell people to not take the vaccine. That's what it's going to be.
Famously, during the part of the COVID pandemic in New Zealand, which was a disaster in New Zealand, an absolute disaster.
No, what is he talking? It's a disaster in terms of like anti-vaxxer shit. But this is so fucked. He's literally saying it's a disaster that no one died. It's a disaster that they had the least amount of cases of COVID in the fucking Imperial Core. I genuinely I can understand, right? Listen, right? There are certain times when you can understand, right? That, is anti-vaxxer a square? I don't even know if I have that as a square. Tick off anti-vaxxer for sure. Because, he's talked about COVID straight away. And he wants the freedom to cough in the face of the Dairy Queen employee. Yeah, that's what he wants, Oh, yeah, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. They actually eliminated the virus from the country. No, it doesn't count as cancel culture, really, because he's not said cancel culture yet, has he? But it's just, listen, there are certain sort of arguments that you could make to understand why people don't want to take the vaccine, right? It doesn't make it right, and it doesn't make it good, but you can understand why people would get to that conclusion, like maybe they don't trust Big Pharma, maybe they are marginalized individuals, certainly racialized people who have had Big Pharma literally experiment on their communities before, right? Like, you can understand that from, like, certain perspectives. But this guy is literally saying that it was a terrible thing that happened in New Zealand that barely any people died. And that is, like, so fucking unhinged. Hey, Purple Apple. You got Rip's mask off and burns it? No, because that is like mask slipping. That is like when a mask slips. So when they actually reveal that they're a fascist, basically,
Zero COVID, which really worked out well for her. In that she had absolutely zero chance of having zero COVID, and that's how it worked out. But in the midst of it all,
what does that even mean? Like, yeah, like they had COVID in the end, but that's because of the pressures of neoliberal governments and capitalism to actually open everything up again. Like, there's nothing to do with, like, oh, it's just going to happen anyway. Like, look at Cuba. Look at fucking Cuba, bro. These people don't want to talk about Cuba because it's like, if you start talking about Cuba, everyone will be like, oh, actually, this would be really good. Is this Neil's house? Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Is this a Scottish chud? It is. It is, unfortunately.
She stood behind her little podium and said that she was to be the only trusted source of truth. She actually said, and this was in front of the UN, this was during the COVID pandemic. She said,
wait, did she say that?
Said that you must ignore information coming from
He's making this up. He's making this up. She didn't say that.
From anywhere else. We, open brackets, the government, close brackets, will be your only trusted source of truth. Now, that's Orwellian. That's straight out of 1984. I've said it.
Yes. If I made something up that sounded very fascist and dictatorship style, if I did that, I would also say that that's straight out of 1984. Literally 1984. That's a square, isn't it? Literally 1984. Enderpig, I did like a whole stream. If you want to check out the VOD channel, if you check out the socials links there in the chat, if you get to the VOD channel, I did a whole like week of Cuba stuff where everybody, including me, learn how fucking based Cuba is. So go check that out. If it isn't, it should be. Yeah, it should be. Yeah, I don't like the person that made this for us is someone called DJ Che, who I think lurks in the stream still sometimes. Greg Orlando, Animal Crossing, 1974. Yeah, for sure.
Before, and I'll say it again.
You can get another card. You can get another card, Johnny.
And Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, contrary to the intentions of their authors, are now being used as instruction manuals by the would-be authoritarians and petty tyrants of the world, rather than the warnings that they were meant to be. In 1984,
you know what? Of all the people that we could watch, Neil Oliver's one of the funniest. Like that's the lucky thing, isn't it? Do you remember the last Chud Bingus we did where it was that Mr. H reviews and he was just like this like very big steroid gammon man, and he was just very boring and he sounded like he needed to go to sleep because he's doing the quartering style of content creation where basically you just ignore the fact that burnout is a thing and you release 18 videos a day about fucking, you know, woke feminists ruining films. But like Neil Oliver is extremely funny. Yeah, that guy survived. Yeah, like Neil Oliver is so funny. Like just the things that he's saying here is like now they're being used as guidebooks for how to run a government, and it's like what?
Orwell wrote, "Whatever the party holds to be truth is truth."
Why is it Neil Oliver's History? Why is it? First of all, why is he called his channel History? Is that what his channel's called? No, it's just called Neil Oliver. Why is he calling it Neil Oliver's History? And he's got like a what is that? He's got like a Cupid arrow going through a heart. What does that mean?
It is impossible to see reality except by looking through the eyes of the party. And that's what Jacinda Ardern has in mind. What she holds to be the truth is truth. No debate, no dissent. Orwell also said, free speech is unthinkable. This was in another context, but same author. Free speech is unthinkable. All other kinds of freedom are permitted. You're free to be a drunkard, an idler, a coward, a backbiter, a fornicator, but you are not free to think for yourself. That's increasingly where we are. And
hey, it's Farah. I fucking love Coast, so this should be good. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic. If you're not being sarcastic, I have some very bad news. Gage Osmo, literally 1994.
I looked on, or I listened to what she was saying there at the UN, and there's a few things. For one, just how much are these globalist?
Is there a square that has like them in like brackets? Is there like an anti-Semitism square? We've not done this in months. I can't remember what the squares are. That's a dog whistle. Yeah, every dog. So the square, every dog in a 30-mile radius is barking. Ding, ding, ding. Right. Them is on there. Yeah, you can have that square, and every dog in a 30-mile radius is barking. Yeah, tick them off. Tick them off. Did he do that earlier? I didn't notice. Sorry, I didn't notice. But there you go. Tick that off. Yeah, parentheses. Yeah.
You know, would
bark.
How much are they intent on taking away from people? if they're now at the point where they've got nothing left to take away from people but the thoughts inside those people's heads, if they're now at the point where they basically want inside people's heads to tell them what to think and what not to think, and while they're in those heads, those tyrants would like a good look around to see if there's any misinformation there that they couldn't take the bleach to and clean out and wipe away. Throughout the pandemic, there was a war waged on people's freedoms, on people's rights.
Does Neil Oliver know anything about... Does Neil Oliver know about how the US border is now? After lockdown? Does he know? Does he know that that is... Does he know that that's not really a... Does he know that that's not like you know, does he know... Does he know...
People's freedom of movement, people's freedom to travel.
Oh, freedom of movement? Neil Oliver, I believe, is a Brexit supporter as well. Oh, that's right, Chloe. In the pandemic. Well, we're still in the pandemic, by the way, just in case everyone doesn't understand. Right. Soft shit. Yeah, that should be a square. I agree. But listen, the more squares we have, the more unlikely it is that anyone will win. And, like, you know, you don't win anything for Chud Bingus, but, like, you know, just a little bit of dopamine for completing a Chud Bingus line would be good, right? You're right, Chloe. It was white people that couldn't travel during the lockdown. So, yes, good point. Hey, Double D, how you doing?
By these people. And now, I don't know, getting on, 2 years on, they're now looking to take away people's ability to think for themselves, to do their own research, to find their own answers to questions that occur to them. You've just got to go...
Do your research. Is that one? Has anyone got that?
Go cap in hand to the state for information, the same way you're supposed to go cap in hand to the state for everything else. That's another thing.
The way you're supposed to go cap in hand to the state for everything else? Does he know that the state isn't giving anything out? I mean, I guess he lives in Scotland and they're a bit better than, like, you know, England. Yeah. Any relation to John Oliver? No. Imagine going to that Thanksgiving family dinner. That would be pretty funny, to be honest. The real tyranny is not allowing me to go to a Umami Burger without a mask. It's so bad. Honestly. Ridiculous. Have the do your own research square. Yeah, tick do your own research off. Yeah. Do your own research.
There's a concerted...
Like, that's something that's really upset me recently when I started thinking about that, because I used to think, like, do your own research, it's bad, because they say do your own research, and what they mean is, like, go and find things that, you know, confirm your biases, right? And that's kind of what they mean by go and do your research. But actually, what I found out is that even if you go on the internet and, like, listen to, like, a bunch of different information from different sources and you still come to the right decision, that's still not having done research. When we talk about research, you know, the way that people have, like, you know, simplified research nowadays, like, they're still researching, like, the effects of, you know, heavy metals on the human body and, like, you know, microplastics and stuff like that. Like, research isn't something that just happens after, like, a couple of hours on the internet. It's like something that's been happening for, like, years. Years and years and years and years and years and years and years. You know?
Effort out there to breed dependency. We're being made increasingly dependent upon the state.
This guy has no idea how the UK government works. He's petty bourgeoisie, so he's never had to apply for benefits in his life. Right? In his fucking life. Right? Like, who is able to be dependent on the state? who is able to do that.
Do you remember back in 2000, I think it was, it must be about 20 years ago now, someone somewhere came across a poster, Keep Calm and Carry On, and it became a bit of a craze. It turned out it was something that had been designed by the Ministry of Information. There's a sinister sounding organisation. Now, but during World War, I think by the end of World War I, and certainly by World War II, there was a government Ministry of Information, and this was a poster that had been released. It was designed around 1939 with...
This is the most annoying thing about Neil Oliver, right? So you all know George Orwell, right? I'm about to have a mank attack. It's happening. I'm having one. Just tick off mank attack, because it happened. It happened as soon as Super Sweet Boy said it. Yes, you're right. Mank attack happened. It's happening. Right? George Orwell was a socialist. Right? George Orwell was a socialist. And when he wrote about 1984, he wasn't just criticizing the authoritarian regime of Stalin, right? He was also criticizing some of the more dystopian elements of the UK government. And the Ministry of Information, right? It was based on that. It was based on the British one. To say, like, look, this is what can happen if you don't... Do you know what I mean? If we just, like, rely on the government to just... The state to tell us stuff. Like, it just... Like, fucking... Do you know what I mean? It's just like... Yes, George Orwell fought in Spain with the socialists and anarchists. That's right. Hello, Dr. Farge. How are you doing? 10 years ago, the government was disseminating posters to tell us to live, laugh, love. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. If he has applied for benefits in his life, it would have been when it was less evil and torturous. Yes, absolutely. Stalin Critique was Animal Farm of the two famous books. 1984 was 100% about the Swift March to Accepting Fascism. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. I don't know, whatever. But like the whole Ministry of Information thing that is in, 1984 was based on his experiences in Britain. Like British intelligence came to his house, and they were like, because he worked for them, and they were like, they were like, you've got to stop making books because you're telling people about what we do. It's fucking ridiculous.
When the Blitz and Total War were incoming, and so various bits of information and propaganda were being prepared.
I should hydrate. Thank you.
To push out to the public, and Keep Calm and Carry On was one of them. And it went everywhere. Do you remember? It was on posters, it was on mugs, it was on T-shirts, and then people started doing kind of humorous variations on it. They started playing with the words. But it amazed me that back then, in a time of war, the government department in charge of information.
He's also really like the fucking, like the information here. He's like mixing it all up and shit. Like he's not properly explaining this. Like people are going to think after watching this, that in World War II, they were printing Keep Calm and Carry On mugs and T-shirts. T-shirts didn't even exist in World War II. What are you fucking on about, bro? Like he's just like mixing up the information and not really like properly getting it out there. He's just having this like fucking... It's like a stream, right? He's doing like a stream, but it's a YouTube video, and I hate it when people do that. I tried to do that. I tried to do that with my content ages ago, but it doesn't work. Do you know what I mean? The information doesn't properly come out because when you're live, you're just like fucking, doing your best to have like coherent thoughts that you can put together and blah, 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 this, that, and the other, right? Clips out of context, man. But, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that he's just not even bothered. He's not even bothered. He's just like mixing up all this like different shit, The Keep Calm adverts were rejected. They were never used during World War II. That's what I mean. Like, it's not... I don't even think he's right about that. Like, I know that it, like, came from World War II, but it's literally just, like... He's just talking about, like, oh, yeah, they were printed on T-shirts and mugs and stuff like that. Yeah, he's doing Abe Simpson storytelling. That's right. That's right. Hey, shameful orgy. Must transition to war footing so we can print more Keep Calm T-shirts. Yeah, this is it. This is it. Phrasing it as like, do you remember that? Yeah. Do you remember? Do you remember that?
People to remain
It surprised me that a government did a propaganda during a war. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Even in the face of bombs raining down out of the sky, they wanted people to remain calm and go about their business.
Yes, and the reason why that idea became a meme in like 2011, 2012 is because David Cameron and Nick Clegg's awful, neoliberal, on the way to being fascist, coalition government between the Lib Dems and the Conservatives were absolutely gutting public services, and everyone was shitting themselves because they knew that the logical conclusion of what happens when you do that is what we've got now in 2022. You fucking prick. There you go. There's the mank attack.
Normally as possible. And now fast forward a lifetime and we're to be kept in a state of perpetual anxiety.
No one is. Everybody's going out and doing stuff. People are fucking licking doorknobs and shit. You prick. Oh my God.
You know, there's now, the government admits, when provoked, that they have nudge units. They have departments of psychologists and social scientists and other specialists coming up with ways in which to influence the behaviour of the population, to nudge people in whatever direction the government.
Right. Here's the thing. What's that in the background? It's his fucking wife. It's his fucking wife doing chores or some shit, like just getting on with the day. I don't know. It's someone like doing stuff. It's probably his son. His son probably like lives with him or something, and he's just there like, oh, you know, what's dad doing? Oh, he's doing his YouTube videos. Oh, fucking hell. You know? Some builders are in. He's got builders in. Someone's doing up the bathroom. Someone's gonna shout in a minute like, too right, mate. You're fucking right. Fucking knobheads. Oh, fuck them. Country back. You know?
Want them to go. And the nudge units
yes, that's right,
on keeping all of us.
Like right, he's talking about like behavioral insights teams. That's what he's talking about, right? Like when I typed in here nudge units, on the PC here, it came up with this. It came up with behavioral insights team, and it's now independent of the UK government. The behavioral insights team is now fully owned by Nesta. For more information, visit the Behavioral Insights Team website. So let's have a look at that. Right? What is that? Okay. So, for a start, they're not even doing this anymore. He's talking shite. Right? Yeah, nudge agent. Like, nudge unit. Like, what the fuck? Sorry. Excuse me. I know some people don't like burping, but fuck off. So this is like kind of what these nudge units do. Nesta, whoever they are. I feel like I've heard the name before, but it escapes me. Leveraging behavioral science to promote health and wellness. So home is where their work is. The unique workplace safety issues faced by in-home disability and aged care workers. So, you know, 3 ways gambling websites could be harming their customers. Oh, okay. So this is like good stuff. This is actually good stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like they're talking about, okay, use the behavioral risk author to identify harmful design features on gambling websites, right? Should banks encourage green behaviors? You know, shit like this. This is like, you know, it's you know, none of this is going to be exactly what it needs to be because it's a fucking whatever, right? It's a private company. They're going to be interested in profit rather than actually improving people's lives. However, when a company like that sort of gets subsidies from the government, they are more or less they are incentivized to actually do something about that, right? Fun fact: a large majority of personal site providers are running out of real options because material conditions for a footload of people being identified as a primary mental health concern. In one of their own words, I can't give someone a pill that gives them enough money to survive. Right, exactly. Yeah, it's is it a charity, this? I mean, it says on the government website that it's a a private company, so I don't know. Yeah, well, they would be contractually obliged, right? Exactly, contractually obligated to try and find ways to, you know, promote health and wellness. Regardless, right? Regardless as to whether it's a charity, private company, whatever. I think that charities come under private companies anyway. He's talking about that, like, I guess what these companies would have been doing during restrictions, COVID restrictions, they would be talking about how it's good. Yeah. Right, yeah, charities have to be limited companies. So yeah, it is a private, it's a private thing. But anyway, the long and short of it is that these companies are they would have been trying to say things like working from home is a good idea. And that's why they got rid of him. They're like, no, sorry, don't need that anymore. Because the Conservatives don't care. The Conservatives are doing what you wanted. They're doing what you wanted, you fucking prick. You can go out and, like, cough on anyone, and you won't even get arrested for it, bro. No, I don't beg you to try it, because that would be fucked up to do that. But, like, you could go and do that if you wanted and not have any ramifications whatsoever, right? You could spit on someone. It would probably count as assault. You might get a fine. But you're not, you know what I mean? Like, it's nonsense. You fucking nonsense person.
In this non-stop state of anxiety. As soon as COVID appeared, it was about be afraid of the disease. Be afraid of each other. Be afraid of your...
No, it wasn't be afraid of each other. No one was saying that. It was social distancing. It's different.
Extended family.
Like, you know what this is, don't you, chat? Like, when people went into COVID denial and shit like that, yeah? That was sort of like the evolution of, oh, you said this, so you mean this. They were literally saying the opposite, yeah. Boris Johnson was going around and shaking people's hands who had COVID on COVID wards, and then he got COVID. You know, yeah, be afraid does not equal be careful.
Wear a mask. Socially distance. Don't go near anybody, even people you know and love. Don't touch them.
No, they weren't saying that. People weren't saying that. They would say, like, there was a social bubble thing. I remember that. Because there was a point in the pandemic that I got unbearably horny. And I was like, I want to have sex with someone. And then I found someone that wanted to have sex with me too. And we did that. You know what I mean? And that was fine because it was a social bubble, innit? Ridiculous.
And then they wrung every last drop of juice out of that one. And then, while COVID was still there, war in Europe, war in Ukraine. That's another favourite of George Orwell.
What are you talking about, bro? That happened this year. There were no COVID restrictions at the start of this year.
Orwell and 1984 and Big Brother, the never-ending war. That's something that's very...
Bro, that was happening for fucking years before that, you prick. Jesus Christ. His timeline is whack because, yeah, he has to make it whack. Right? I thought that YouTube had a thing for COVID misinfo now too. Well, when was this published? 13 days ago, so I don't know.
But the war that keeps everyone on edge. The threat of nuclear war is back.
That's only just happened now. That's literally only just happened now.
We're being told that Vladimir Putin at any given moment is going to press the big red button on his desk and it'll all be over. There's the ever-present threat of climate crisis, the so-called climate crisis.
Yes, but that's real. Those things that you're talking about is real.
That if we don't do something, anything, everything, as soon as possible, the world's going to catch fire. The whole thing.
No one's saying that. No one's saying that, like, the world is just going to catch fire. No one's saying that. Climate denial, is that square? I've not got that square, unfortunately.
And COVID's back. COVID's come back around again. They're already saying that everyone's got to go and get a combined flu and COVID.
There was a woman who was killed, a black woman called Belly Mutinga. Hang on, what was her name? Belly Mujinga. Belly Mujinga died because a disgusting bastard spat on her who said, I've got coronavirus. And she got COVID literally a couple of days later and died. Oh, did you get Bingus, Emmy? Send us your Bingus card. Let's have a look. Let's have a little look. I want to see. Yeah, let's have a look at your. Let's have a little look at your card. Let's see if we can find like some depressing music, depressing celebration music. Like what's a celebration song or whatever? You already closed it. Oh, for God's sake! Are you on your PC? Are you on Google Chrome? You can open a closed tab. What's like a celebration song? You're on your phone. Fucking hell. Why has no one done Kool and the Gang Celebration in a minor key? Why has that not happened? Anyway, never mind. Let's crack on.
19 vaccination. So that's come back around again. More anxiety, more anxiety. How did we get from keep calm and carry on in 1939 to, you know, a perpetual state of pant-wetting anxiety?
Well, YMCA is not really like a celebration song, is it? It's just like a song about going to the YMCA with the boys and having a good time. Which is like, you know, I guess you could celebrate that.
Anxiety in 2022. It's because there's been a 180-degree shift in government thinking.
Yeah, that's the Dragon Ball Z music, yeah.
That what they don't want are calm, independent, self-sufficient people thinking for themselves. They want panic-stricken cattle, wide-eyed with terror, just waiting for instructions from the farmers, you know, to tell us where we're supposed to go and what we're supposed to do when we get.
I mean, look, this is the upsetting thing about conspiracy theorists, right? Is that they're so close to the truth. Like, yes, that is what they want. They want us to be like that, but not because of your reasons. Because they want us to be part of the neoliberal capital machine. That's what it is.
Get there. It's not the first time in history that people have operated in this way. I mean, obviously, for a start, you know, you can go back to.
I'm just gonna make up that my you know country is doing things and they're not actually doing, and then I'm gonna talk about how they're doing things exactly like a country used to in the past that I've compared them to. And I've actually what I've done is I've stole ideas off that country that did things in the past, and I've said that they're doing those things. So I'm gonna compare it to those things. Possible option: happy birthday, but in a minor key. Okay, that's what I was looking for, yeah. That's legitimately what I was looking for. 100%. Oh, sorry, different video. Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
You know, propaganda is a Russian word. You know, obviously the Leninists and the.
Is it? Is propaganda? Is that the etymology? Hang on, I've got to Google that. Is it actually? It comes from Latin. What is he on about? It comes from Latin. He's thinking of agitprop. He's literally thinking of agitprop. That's what he's thinking of. Propaganda is a word Russia got from Germany. It's German. Fucking hell, dude. This is It's a Russian word because it sounds funny. That's what he's done. That's what he's done. He said propaganda's a Russian word because it sounds funny. It sounds weird and funny. Well, it doesn't sound like a you know, Arabic or something. It doesn't sound, you know, East Asian. It doesn't sound you know, or anything like that. No, it sounds Russian, doesn't it? Honestly, I swear to God.
Stalinists were in the, you know, had a profound understanding of how important it was to control information. Goebbels,
yes,
know, of the Nazi Third Reich, it was all about control.
Oh, hang on, both sides. We can both sides this if you want. Like, if that's a square, I don't know if that's a square in Chudbingus. Again, not really done it, you know, that much recently. Is there a both sides square? Centrism or something like that. I don't know. Goebbels, the famous Leninist. Well, that's what he's doing, isn't he? He's both sides in it. He's trying to say that the Nazis, the communists were just as bad as the Nazis, right?
Controlling information. You know, that has been a big part of the toolbox of every would-be totalitarian or authoritarian.
And also, what you have to remember about the Soviet Union is that they controlled information because there were capitalists attempting to subvert the communist societies that were sort of like, you know, some of them were flourishing, some of them weren't. Obviously, you know, no one's doing Stalinist apology here in this stream. But, you know, that's the reason that, like, Lenin and Stalin and all the Soviet leaders did information control, because there were capitalists all the time, at every point, trying to convince everyday people in the Soviet Union that capitalism was better. There were multiple coups going on and shit like that, right? So it's just like, come on, dude. You know, the Nazis controlling information is a completely different thing. The Nazis controlling information was like, well, we don't actually want people to know that the Jews aren't controlling the world. So anyone who says that, just kill them, right? You know?
Regime. But you go back into deeper history. You go back to the Aztecs in South America. In the 14th and 15th centuries.
Oh no, what's he gonna say? What's he gonna say? This is gonna be batshit. There's nothing that I could say here that isn't gonna be more insane than what he says. There's nothing that I could predict. There's nothing that I could even, like, this hovering over the racism square. he's literally, he's doing that drill tweet. He's doing that drill tweet, right? How do I, he's doing this. He's doing this. As an indigenous person, I'm so ready to hear this. I know, it's like, I'm cringing of everybody who has, like, roots in South and Central, you know, Turtle Island. You know? Turning a big dial that says racism on it and constantly looking back at the audience for approval like a contestant on The Price is Right. That's what he's doing. He's actually just doing that. You know. What is this? Someone said, nice catch. I'm almost annoyed he doesn't back anything up. He says with sources of images, but he can flash pictures of Nazis. Right, exactly, yes. Literally, yeah. Okay, let's see what cool thing he's going to say about the Aztecs in the 14th and 15th century.
They were the dominant tribe. They were the dominant group in that part of South America. And what they did was keep the neighbouring tribes and peoples conquered, but not quite pacified. They kept the neighbouring subservient population.
Tribe, that's what you call like an entire nation. You call them a tribe, right? Because they're not white.
In a state of simmering unrest. They encouraged anxiety and unrest, because at any given moment it meant that the Aztecs had an excuse to go in and batter them and round up more prisoners that they could take away for human sacrifice.
Look, I know. Oh no, he said it. Oh my god. Okay, look, you know, I know that like indigenous people are not a monolith, right? And there is definitely like indigenous nations, indigenous peoples that had like they did things differently. You know, some of them had capitalist systems, some of them had communist, anarchist systems and shit like that, and you know, it's just various different shit like that. But to just kind of be like, this is what the Aztecs definitely did, right? And I don't know if this is true. It sounds fake as fuck, but definitely take racism. Like, it's so obvious. No, he didn't say the Inca. He's one step away from saying savages. He literally is. He's literally one step away from savages. Is he saying that the Inca sacrifice? No, he's saying the Aztecs sacrifice people. But he's also saying, like, yeah, it's colonialist apologia. He's basically calling them savages, isn't it? Right, that's what he's saying. You know. He might still say it. Okay, well, let's find out.
So it was in the interests of the Aztecs to keep everyone around them that they wanted to control. Not pacified, not peaceful, not calm.
Also, I don't know if this is true. I don't think that it was like the Aztecs were like this warmongering, like always looking for war nation. I don't even know if that's true. And I think that like what he's implying here is that there weren't any other elements of diplomacy that happened between, indigenous people. Specifically here, he's talking about the Aztecs. But I don't think that's true. I think that there were different. I think that there were like diplomats and shit like that.
But perpetually on edge. You know, that was the stated objective of the Aztecs, was to keep people on.
Is that actually an Aztec pyramid as well? I don't know. Has he got that accurate? I'll be impressed if he has. I actually don't know.
You know, that was the stated objective of the Aztecs, was to keep people on edge, because then you could, at any given moment...
For some reason, I think this Mel Gibson-looking dude might have got all his South American info from Mel Gibson. Right?
Spartans in ancient Greece, the city-state, they kept an enslaved population called Helots, who were fellow Greeks. But the Spartans kept them to do all the domestic chores, all the farming, all the labouring in their city-state, while the Spartan men spent all their time practising the arts of war, and Spartan women spent all their time having and raising children, preferably boys who would in their adulthood would become yet more soldiers for the army. And the Helots, every year the Spartans would ritually declare war on the Helots, to remind them that at any moment, if they looked...
That's slaves. What you're talking about there is slaves. I don't know about fucking... Yeah, doesn't understand Greeks and Romans. Yeah, you might as well take that off. Look, basically racist, basically doesn't understand Greeks and Romans. Take those off. 1000%.
Looked at a Spartan the wrong way, or if there was a whiff of rebellion, they would be annihilated, and they would go and get more. So this technique of applied anxiety is an old one.
No, this is one of the worst things I've ever heard in my entire life. He's trying to say, right? I've never heard of these helots that he's talking about. I've never heard of that. Right, I'm not big on ancient Greece. I'm not big, like I said, I'm not big on Aztecs and stuff like that. But like, if what he's saying about these helots is true, yeah, then they were slaves. That's what he's saying. He's saying that they're chattel slaves. Like, it sounds like that, right? But he's comparing that to COVID restrictions. That's what he's doing. And he also compared it to, like, living under Nazi Germany as well. You know?
It's been used in different places at different times, but always because anxious, disconnected, atomized populations are easier to control. And
is that a real? What is that? What is that? What is atomized? He said atomized, didn't he? What does he mean, atomized? What is that? Is that a real word? Yes. Atomic physics. To reduce or separate. Oh, okay. He's trying to be like reduce and separate. Okay, right, sure.
I suppose in some respects, I feel as if
he's wearing a trash bag round his neck. What's that? What is that round his neck there? Can you see? It looks like a fucking bin bag.
At the heart of all of this, there's something anti-human. I felt for a long.
He's wearing a bin bag because he thinks that's how the information gets into you. He thinks that the COVID-19 5G waves, it gets into you via your neck. That's what happens. Thank you for the follow. So he's wearing a bin bag around his neck just to make sure that doesn't happen.
Time.
It's a Marxist
the
concept.
Globalists, Klaus Schwab and his World Economic Forum and the rest of them, the like.
What's this guy's name? Clay Schwab?
Likes of Ardern, Trudeau, and others.
The World Economic Forum is like responsible for oppressing imperial periphery countries all around the world, right?
Bill Gates. I don't think they
not
like
us.
People.
I mean, well, yeah, us, like the working class, but not our countries.
I don't think they get people. Do you know before we live in a culture of upgrades now, don't we?
What?
You used to buy a radio or a record player or something, and you endeavoured to keep it. That might be your only record player for 20 years, maybe for a lifetime. And the radio would just be sitting in the kitchen forever, and so you looked after it, and you maybe spent as much as you could to make sure you got the best one you could afford, because it was going to have to maybe see you out. And so you didn't mess around with it, and you were careful with it. But of course now with technology, that's not the way anymore.
It's not technology, it's capitalism. It's capitalism. You're talking about consumer culture under capitalism.
Everything is...
You're talking about planned obsolescence, like my chat have already pointed out.
Contrary, it's all about planned obsolescence. Your phone.
Bro, he literally said it, dude. That is capitalism, dude. That's capitalism.
Your laptop, your desktop, your television, everything. It becomes obsolete in a year or 2 years at the most, and then you're supposed to throw it away and get another one, a better one, that's got a better camera or more processing power or faster download speeds or whatever. There's a culture of the next one along will be better. And I think it has infected the way some of these technocrats finally think about the human species.
Bro, right answer, wrong conclusion. You know? It's a recycled, it's just, oh my God. It's recuperation, right? It's recuperation. It's the right recuperating leftist ideas and being like, this is why you should go and sit outside. Look, right, there's a I saw this earlier today. Someone tagged me in this because this is in Manchester, and there's a COVID centre in Manchester, and they're still fucking doing this, yo. Hold up, where the fuck has this gone? Jesus Christ. Kira's Discord is just fucking okay, yeah. There's a COVID centre in Manchester, a COVID vaccination centre in Manchester, and they're still doing this. They're still doing this. People are going in there for the vaccines, and they're saying to him, "Do you want a blood stroke? Do you want a blood stroke heart clot? Do you want that? Is it coincidence or Trisha, aged 43, killed by the Pfizer vaccine. No, they won't. They were killed by COVID because you can still get COVID after the fucking vaccine." Most people die in a hospital. Coincidence? Oh my god. Oh my god. I've just seen this. Sarah Connor, come with me if you want to live. Are they putting it's who said it before? It was Chloe. It was Chloe. We were talking about films. We were talking about fucking the right and the conspiracy right in America and how they have like film quotes because they think that films are like reality. That's what's happening here. They literally got a fucking Terminator quote and they put it on a placard and went and sat outside a fucking vaccination center. Jesus wept. Jesus wept.
By that, I mean the simple human being that's been available for 200,000 years, you know, still running on its original operating system. You know, we're still running Hunter software. But these people like Bill Gates and Klaus Schwab and Yuval Noah Harari, you know, the Israeli public intellectual that seems to be Klaus Schwab's right-hand man.
Oh, this is just heavy anti-Semitism now. This is just heavy anti-Semitism. Hunter software. Like, he's like, we're still running hunter-gatherer software.
I think they've decided for themselves that the human being is subprime. And at
the Terminator is from 1984, so it's basically reality. I missed these nuts.
At least it's time for an upgrade. They think they've worked out at last how to upgrade us. Human 2.0, that they've decided that they can hack us. Yuval Noah Harari has talked about human beings as being hackable animals, and that they can get in.
What is this true? Is it what is he doing? Transhumanism, but not cool. That's not biology. Yes, yes. There's a square for that. There's a square for that. That's not biology. Yes. How does this video get worse? Who is this Nuval? Who is he talking about? Nuval. What did he say?
Talked about human beings as
Yuval Noah Harari, right? Yuval Noah Harari. Apparently, he's a historian. He's just a historian.
As being hackable animals, and that they can get in amongst they understand the DNA. They understand the genome, they understand our biochemistry, you know, to the extent that they're getting ready to upgrade us. And it comes, I think, from a place of feeling contempt towards the mass of the human population. And they think they can...
I don't know what Yuval Noah Harari talks about, right? Apparently he's written some articles on good nationalism, so that's not good. That's not a good thing. But he's talking about, I don't know, books. What books has he done? 21 Lessons for the 21st Century. Sapiens. Oh, I think... Oh! My partner's dad's read this book. He recommended it to me. He says it talks about, like, indigenous people and, like, the history of, like, colonialism and shit like that. I think he was telling me about this. Homo sapiens rules the world because it's the only animal that can believe in things that exist purely in its own imagination, such as God, states, money, and human rights. Starting from this provocative idea, Sapiens goes on to retell the history of our species from a completely fresh perspective. Money is the most pluralistic system of mutual trust ever devised. Capital is the most successful religion ever invented. Treatment of animals in modern agriculture is probably the worst crime in history, and that even though we're far more powerful than our ancient ancestors, we aren't much happier. So he's like this based guy, yeah, that says based things. Combining profound insights with a remarkably vivid language, Sapiens acquired cult status amongst diverse audiences, right? It sounds based. He's being based, and he's like, this guy's part of the problem. He's talking about hackable animals. He's talking about humans as if we're hackable animals, like we're PCs. We're not PCs. We're meat. We're hunters. We're on the hunter operating system.
Make us better. So they're not going to leave anything alone. And so I was triggered. That's a word we use all the time now, isn't it? I was triggered by Jacinda Ardern saying what she said.
He admit. Oh my God, he admitted. Yeah, bro, I'm picking that up. I'm picking that up from your video, to be honest.
About freedom of speech, which is closely allied to freedom of thought. And I would say that
5-year-old anti-SJW meme. You can tick that off. Get it ticked off.
To take over people's thought and speech comes from the same place. It's anti-human. And that anti-human aspect of the world in which we live now is fueling this transhumanism.
He said it out loud.
Idea that we can be augmented with technology to make us not better. I think ultimately it's to make us something more manageable. You know, digital enslavement is absolutely coming down the line.
Dude, you are a product of modern digital enslavement. You are a product of people saying stuff on the internet and you believing it. And also, you're taking part in it as well. You're doing it to people right now. You're like making people completely brain poisoned into believing this nonsense. I swear to God.
The central bank digital currencies, you know, allied to digital IDs.
Central bank digital currency, like he's literally doing zeitgeist shit. He's doing like 12 years old shit.
And all part of a social credit system, a social
credit China. Oh my God.
Where, because we're such
China bad
creatures, it's no longer appropriate that we make our own decisions about what we spend money on.
I agree,
how
Octavius.
we spend money. You know, at the moment, if you
China is a Russian
to
word.
some extent, if you use a debit card, there's a little bit of anonymity there. There's total.
What are you talking about? There's a little bit. What the fuck are you on about? There's a little bit of anonymity there. What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? Your name's on it, where you live, everything can be traced back to you. What are you talking about? Anonymity when you use a debit card. What the fuck are you on about, dude? What the fuck is this? This is new. Losing my actual mind, losing it.
Anonymity if you do your transaction with cash, and if you use a debit card, those transactions only balance up once a day. All the banks, all the high street banks, they all kind of confer at the.
Whoa! Say that again, bro. What the fuck? Hang on a minute.
About what we spend money on, how we spend money. You know, at the moment, if you use cash, and to some extent, if you use a debit card, there's a little bit of anonymity there.
Okay, yeah, sure. If you use cash, that's like anonymous, and that's fine, right? But a debit card, no. What are you talking about? What are you on about, bro? What are you on about? He's literally like, he's reaching. Can you see? Look at his face. He's pained because he knows that this is a reach. He actually knows that this is such a reach.
Anonymity if you do your transaction with cash, and if you use a debit card, those transactions only balance up once a day. All the banks, all the high street banks, they all.
But that still doesn't mean it's anonymous. When the day is done, all your shit is logged. What are you on about, bro?
Kind of confer at the same moment, and via the Bank of England, the various monies all get moved en masse. The only institution
That's not how it works. That's not how it works. That's not even how it works, dude. Your debit card, yeah, is attached to your bank account. And so what happens is you do a transaction, right? And that says to that retailer that you owe them money at the end of the day, at which then the bank says, yes, you can have that. And in fact, it doesn't even work like that anymore because they've taken that away, right? Whereby it used to be that you could use a debit card, and if you didn't have any money in your account, if you were lucky, you could just like get away with a debit card transaction. But actually, you get charged because you go into an unarranged overdraft, and that would be really bad, right? Doesn't understand money should be a square, right? They still record the transaction when it happens, literally. Yeah, you get a notification when you make a purchase. It's not, like, what is he on about? Like, he thinks that debit cards still work in the way that they did, like, 10 years ago. Not even 10 years, like 15 years ago. Like, it's all changed, bro. And the Bank of England doesn't, like, facilitate transactions. That's Visa and MasterCard and shit like that. What are you on about?
Actually knows what you spent and where you spent it is your own bank that holds your account. But in the future of central bank digital currencies, the central bank would know in real time what you were thinking about buying, how much you'd spent on it, where you'd bought it, and
bro, we already have that. We literally already have that. That's happening now.
Those central bank digital currencies.
You know, when you like talk with your mates about, like, I don't know, wanting to buy a I don't know, if you're talking about how you have, like, back problems, and then, like, a couple of days later you have, like, yeah, it's literally Amazon's algorithm, right? Yeah, like, if you buy, like, a couple of things, Amazon will be like, well, some people also bought this. If you're buying an extra large dildo, then some people also bought this Crisco vegetable fat to get it up your ass. Do you know what I mean? Please, please, please read the dates of the conspiracy articles you read, yeah. Yeah, gun oil. Yeah, you'll get gun oil recommended to you. That's right.
Programmable. You know, so you get
into a situation where no, he didn't.
If they need to lock us down, let's say they need to lock us down, they change everybody's digital wallet, digital wallet, so that it won't work more than half an hour from your house. So you can't go anywhere. Suppose I wanted to go to London. I couldn't disobey because I wouldn't have any means of paying for the train ticket.
Yeah, but you could just drive, dickhead. You could actually just drive.
Or buying food or anything else more than half a mile from my house. You know, likewise, if it was deemed that I had put too much fuel in my car this month, then, you know, my digital...
Look, he's reaching so hard. He knows this is a grift. He knows it
would be adjusted so that I couldn't buy any more fuel. You know, if I hadn't taken my vaccine, my 19th booster, my digital wallet...
You haven't taken your fucking vaccine, dickhead. You've told us multiple times that you haven't taken your fucking vaccine. Idiot. Piss off. Piss off. My 19th vaccine. Listen, like, these people have no idea how vaccines work. Why do you think every year elderly people get a flu shot? What do you think that is, bro? What do you think that is? Absurd.
Might not work at all until I remedied that.
Reminded that this started with a rant about how we're all being made to be afraid. Yeah, and he's literally worked himself up so much. He's literally, like, making more people afraid.
So, I would say that freedom of speech is crucially important to us as human beings, but I would say outranking it is the freedom to transact.
What? What? The freedom to transact, bro. What do you think capitalism is? What do you think capitalism is? Yeah, what? How isn't this a full episode? Like, maybe this is just like a stream. Maybe what he does is he literally just, like, clips bits of his stream and uploads it to, like he probably sits there all day and just says this stuff. Sign up to my Patreon for the full episode, right?
If we cannot buy and sell what, when, and how we want, with, if we require it, anonymity, then we are lost. It doesn't matter what you were planning to say, you know, in that auditorium or on that TV channel, if you can't get there.
This is just so ridiculous, dude. It has to be a crypto cell. It has to.
The freedom to transact is the central one. So, Jacinda Ardern saying what she said in the place that she said it, in the United Nations, presumably in expectation of a warm welcome for her sentiments, it's the ongoing infantilization of the human species. Having taken away so many of our rights, they now want to tell us what to think.
What rights have they taken away, Neil? What rights have they taken away?
And what to say.
He is, that's right, it's Farah. He's going to be selling Coast episodes as NFTs. He's minted every Coast episode that the BBC has allowed him to keep the rights to the blockchain. That's what's happened. He's going to sell them.
What to trust.
$6 a month to hear more of this.
The whole thing is getting completely out of control. It's anti-human. It's anti-human.
Shut up.
And the sooner more of us pay attention to that sinister fact,
bro,
then the sooner we can do something about it.
What is it? Right, so it's not Neil Oliver's history, it's Neil Oliver's world. He's got like loads of different stuff. I don't understand. Anyway, chat. That's the end of the video. So let's look at the comments. This will be good. Can't wait to see what these people are saying. Nomad66 says, my late grandmother used to say if you keep telling people shit is sugar, not only will they eventually acquire a taste for it, but they'll happily stir it into their morning coffee. The problem our self-proclaimed overlords are now having is the fact that we aren't buying that shit anymore. Yes, I'm sure if I said a bunch of words, people would think that that is meaningful. I don't know. Also, interesting that like, this person's got like a tulpa as an avatar. If you don't know what a tulpa is, Google it. Do your own research, right? As someone who was a Jehovah's Witness for 20 years prior to leaving 10 years ago, much of what you said equally applies to the Watchtower organization. In fact, it was also after watching the movie of 1984 that made me realize I had to get out of that high-control religion. There are just so many parallels, it was amazing, and a real eye-opener. So, unfortunately here, what we're learning is, right, sadly, that this vulnerable person who was taken advantage of by Jehovah's Witnesses has also been taken advantage of by Neil Oliver. I've been living in Sydney for the past 8 years and about to go overseas to work in the Middle East. The Middle East. Just the Middle East. You know, so racist he couldn't invent a country that he's gonna lie about. And one of the things I'm looking forward to is not having to consume the local news. Yes, the Middle East, famously known for not having news. What, this guy's got more. Oh, fucking hell, there's loads. I love Australia and its people, but there are certain things that are driving me crazy, and one of them is the topic you're discussing. Another thing that blew, it still does, my mind, is the people who agree with the draconian laws in the name of freedom, or Western values. We're living in Orwell's 1984. No, we're not. And that's so damn depressing. People are happy to be told what to think and what is considered misinformation without questioning or pushing back whatsoever. I'm from a Middle Eastern background. Oh, right. So he's actually from the Middle East. Is he, though? I don't know. This guy's literally got a picture of George Washington as his avatar. I don't know. Maybe he is. I'm personally sick of everything woke in this day and age. I had to vent out. Sorry. The Australian accent was really a choice. You can have, you know... His name is given as Omar. Yeah, but like... Listen. If you're from the Middle East, then you're from a country, innit? You're from a country. Why don't you talk about what country? Why don't you mention the actual country he's from? And like, Omar is like, yeah, well known as a Middle Eastern name, innit? Do you know what I mean? Anyway, who knows? Maybe he is. Maybe he isn't. But it's like, if you were actually born in a country in the Middle East, you'd know that there is news, wouldn't you? You'd know that. Applied anxiety, perfect term. Big respect from Dublin. Alright. Perpetual pant-wetting anxiety. Now that's a phrase with potency. Rock on, Neil. You're a breath of fresh air. In the pea soup. Pea soup. of political bullshit. Hunter-gatherer software is another classic. Yes, it is, but not for the reasons that you think. This guy is called Bill. Look, this is Bill Gates. I enjoyed laughing at COVID hysteria. The more fear, the more I laughed and refused to be afraid. I suspect I do it to remain both rational and calm. Right. Listen, that's a self-report. That is someone who is kind of aware that they are in denial. That's what's going on there. Yeah, it's very rational, yeah. This is exactly why we have a generation of anxious young people that feel they have no hope. No, it's because it's fucking capitalism. Fuck off, don't tell us what to fucking think, Kelly Evans, you fucking stupid fuck. Thanks, Neil. I can listen to you without being too freaked or depressed. I'm wondering if that's from watching your historical archaeology programs over the years. You have a soothing voice, so carry on telling us the unsoothing happening with it, please. It's just, there's so much here, honestly. I live in New Zealand, and I remember clearly the speech Ardern gave that told us not to believe anything unless it came from the government. Made me sick to my stomach, and the alarm bells rang loud and clear. Okay, I have to know if this is real now. I can't find it. I can't. Does anyone know? Does anyone from Aotearoa know what they're on about? Is it made up? You live there, Middle Earth Marxist. Like, is this real? Is that real? Wait, what? As someone who works with global corporations and a sci-fi fan, yes, Orwell has such a predilection. Personally, I think his book on Catalonia was more prevalent. I'm a big fan of Aldo Huxley and read Brave New World when I was 15. Thanks to my working class parents who were opinionated and let me challenge the way I thought. I will... What? It's edited.
She gave a speech.
No, I don't want to see that. I want to see the edited comment. Where's...
She gave a speech.
Can you not see the... Can you not see the... Oh. Wait, I don't understand. Why did this change? Why did this change? Thanks to my working class police who opinionated and let me challenge the way I thought, I will always distrust in genuine people. Have we done the Berners Tone sketch taking the piss out of Oliver before? No. I didn't know that Berners sounded that. Let's check that out. Rapid. Edited but didn't fix, opinionated. I know. Incredible. That's a lot of hours of Minecraft long plays. Are they good to chill to? Yes, absolutely. Cotton Velvet is a great channel for that. I love that. Yeah, very, very cool. No commentary. Oh, we got the clip there. Brilliant, Shafiq. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
On the run from the English army.
Oh yeah, we've seen this. Yeah. We've seen this before, haven't we? Yeah, this is a bunch of Scottish comedians taking the piss out of Neil Oliver.
On the run from the English army. It is here, in this beautiful meadow, where Murdoch set up camp and spent his wedding night. It is said that he consummated the marriage on this very piece of ground. It is easy to imagine making love wife for the first time in a beautiful place like this. Oh, on her back, feeling the grass beneath her as she looks up into the eyes of her heroic husband. But, as legend has it, Murdoch had not yet finished making love to his new wife for the first time when Lord Porter's soldiers attacked.
Oh, that's fucking brilliant. Honestly, I love that shit so much. That was actually like a genuinely good impression of Neil Oliver when he used to do Coast, the program Coast, right? And to be honest, watching that's kind of reminded me that Neil Oliver, he basically like had this persona that was perfect for storytelling, and that's why the BBC hired him. And that's clearly why he's understood that, like, yes, this anti-COVID grift was made for me. I was absolutely born to fucking do this shit. And that's probably why he fucking gets so many people watching him. Like, that person in the comments literally said, oh, I loved you on Coast, and I just love hearing you talk. You've got really soothing tones. And yeah, you tell us about stuff. Right? Oh, Jesus. Honestly, chat. What a fucking... Yeah, he's a solid bard. Yeah, literally. He's a fucking bard. Yeah, Coast also had multiple presenters, so it wasn't even just him. You know? Well. From one horrific Scottish person who's wrong about multiple things to a wonderful Scottish guy who's correct about loads of stuff. We're going to go and raid $27. He was in the chat before, like I told you. If you like my politics, you'll love his politics. Great fucking guy. Let's go and show some love to $27. David. If you've got a sub, copy and paste the first message, the first raid message. If you've not, copy and paste the second one. Thanks so much for being here tonight, folks. It's been really fun. I really appreciate you coming by. Really appreciate all the subs, all the hosts. There was a raid from Jen. Thank you so much. And yeah, all the follows. Sorry, not hosts. I've not had any hosts. That's so weird. I've not said that in a long time because I've not really had a host in a long time. But that's my last stream of the week until Red Planet on Sunday. We will be doing Red Planet on Sunday. Definitely. So be there or be square. It's either going to be on Sophie or Kira's channel. Might be on my channel. I don't know. Check out the Twitter. Follow Red Planet on Twitter. Follow Red Planet just in general. And check out my socials if you want more. Yes, host has been removed. If you want more Muel, check out my socials. I'm going to be uploading a new short at some stage, probably Sunday now. And yeah, I've got my VOD channel. There's loads of VODs on there. Go check out the Cuba ones. Whoever was talking about Cuba before. I'll see you soon. Stay excellent to each other. Peace.